All right, welcome back to day 2 of the River District and Water Projects Enterprises quarterly meeting. Director Haas will be joining us around 9 o'clock this morning. And we are going to start with the audit. So Ian, I'm turning it over to you.
Right, I'd like to ask Betty to join me up here too. Good morning, directors. We're here to talk about the 2022 audit. 2022 was a year of transition for us in our department. We lost the accountant after she was out on maternity leave for a few months, came back and realized she wanted to be a stay-at-home mom, which I fully supported. Having kids of my own, I know how that's a wise decision on her part, and I was happy she wanted to do that. And then we brought Betty on board in early December, and Betty's been a tremendous asset to our department and was very helpful with the audit and preparing documents for auditors. So big thanks to Betty. I also wanted to give a shout out to Audrey and Steph. They were really helpful in this transition period with our small team. It's really important we have good internal controls. And part of those internal controls are the segregation of duties. And so Steph plays a big role in that, and Audrey does as well. And also our treasurer, Roger Maggard, plays a big role in that too. He does a little monthly review, basically a little mini audit almost every month. So I wanted to give a shout out to Roger. And I think at this point, I want to introduce Matt Miller with McMahon and Associates. We've been using McMahon for about 5 years now of audits. And we did not have a single audit this year. Just to remind you all, that's required when we have $750,000 of federal funds coming in. We had that in 2021 and 2020 due to the RCPP efforts. Kelsey and Yadira with McMahon were a pleasure to work with. And I'd like to turn it over to you, Matt, at this point.
Hi, everybody. It's good to be here. I hope you're all able to hear me.
Yep, yes.
Yeah.
Perfect. So like Ian said, my name is Matt Miller. I'm a partner in a CPA with McMahon and Associates. So our office is based in Avon, so not far away. We're kind of a unique firm in that we specialize in financial statement audits and primarily with government clients. We don't do bookkeeping or any kind of personal tax work. We do financial statement audits all year round. I like to give kind of an overall background of what the actual audit process is before we jump into the actual report itself. So we break the audit process down into 3 main parts. The first is what's called planning. The second is field work. And then the final one is reporting, which is what we're here to do today. So the first part is planning. And at times that's broken out into 2 separate audit weeks. But like Ian mentioned, you did not have a single audit this week, which actually cuts down on a pretty big part of the audit. So the planning and the actual fieldwork sections were combined into 1 week this year. And so as far as planning goes, we send a pretty lengthy request list to Ian and your staff to prepare. And so they upload all of that information before the actual audit week is scheduled. And they use an online portal that transfers directly to us, and that's also where all of our requests are listed. And so to begin with planning, we actually read all your meeting minutes to see, what's going on during the year. We then kind of move into comparing your actual financial statements to what your budget was for the year to see what you anticipated happening versus what really happened. And then we would also compare year over year to see what's different this year from previous years. Then the next step of that is gaining an understanding of all of the internal controls. So we actually meet with various staff members and we go through entire process cycles. Payrolls of a cycle, cash disbursements are a cycle. And so we document what that process is, and then we actually select various transactions to see that in real life we can follow the procedures that they told us that they're doing, see that they're actually doing that. And then the big part of planning is what's called data analytics. And so in the past, auditing has kind of been focused on what's called random sampling. In the last few years, it's moved towards more of a data analytics focus. And so we actually get entire database sets from your staff. We get every transaction, every cash disbursement for the year. We get a general ledger detail, which is essentially your entire database of everything that happened. And then we actually get information directly out of the bank. So an electronic copy of your entire year's banking records. And then we put that into our data analytics software. And that really helps us develop a plan for field work, which is when we're actually ticking and tying the numbers. So once we put that information in there, we can run, a number of tests. The big ones that we run, first, we summarize all of your transactions for the year by vendor to see where is the bulk of the money going. We also look at number of transactions to each vendor to see if, maybe the dollar amount isn't huge to one vendor, but you have a significant number of transactions to them. We also highlight transactions that, let's say you have 11 payments to one vendor. We would look into that to see if that's a monthly payment. We were potentially missing a 12th payment accrued somewhere. So that's kind of the data analytics side that helps us focus for actual field work. So once we dive into the field work is what I think everybody thinks of as the actual audit process. That's when we're going through all of your documents. So we go through all your bank statements. We actually independently confirm with the banks that what you say is there is actually there. We spend time with your capital assets. We look to see what you're buying, what you're capitalizing, that it's reasonable to be capitalized, that the depreciation, the useful life that you've added is a reasonable useful life. We actually recalculate your payroll, trace it back to what was reported to the IRS. And then we go through a lot of your accounts payable. So again, we're looking at what you're purchasing, where it's being coded, is it coded to the correct year? And then the last part is actually a little bit different this year. There was a new leasing standard in effect. So we actually went through all of your leases to see if the new leasing standard was applicable. You were able to get by on that. So that was good. And then the final part is reporting. So we go back to our office and go back and forth with the end several times on the actual audit report itself. And so once we were kind of completed with that, we issue 2 reports. The first is the actual audit opinion itself on your financial statements. And then the second one is the governing board letter, which is essentially the scorecard or report card for how your actual audit went. So I can pause here if anyone has any questions on the actual audit process itself. Otherwise, I can get into the report.
Don't see any questions in the room.
Perfect. So you actually prepare a more comprehensive report than Colorado actually requires. So the first section of your audit report is the transmittal letter and just general background. And so the actual audit opinion starts around page 14. The district received what's called an unmodified opinion, which is a clean audit opinion. That's exactly what you want. And because you did not have single audit this year, there's actually only one opinion in here, which is the one that begins on page 14. Following the opinion is management's discussion and analysis. And so that's kind of a high level consolidated view of the district year over year. And it's actually a very comprehensive management's discussion and analysis. And so the actual financial statements, the audited financial statements begin on page 25. And so like any government in Colorado, your governmental funds are presented on two bases, basically. One is a long-term basis, which is on page 25, 26. That includes all the long-term activities. So you'll see all of your capital assets there. And then the fund level starts on page 27, which is probably more or less what you see on a regular basis. That's what your budget is based on. Just to give you a few overall highlights, on a fund level, your governmental funds had a net income of a little over $3.2 million. A lot of that's driven by a ballot question for property taxes from several years ago. That community funding partnership fund has a pretty healthy reserve at this point now, approaching 8 million at the end of the year, actually. You reported positive fund balances in all categories, which is nice to see. Overall, I would say that the district is in good financial shape. Like I mentioned, you have a lot of reserves in that community funding account, and then in your general fund, you have enough fund balance to cover over half a year's worth of operating expenses without any money coming in. So that's actually quite a bit. And then the footnotes to the financial statements start on page 35. And so the footnotes give you background on what's really in all the numbers. So you'll find information on your significant accounting policies there, information on all the cash and investments that you're holding, information on your capital assets, and then significant agreements. So that's really a lot of detail of what's behind the numbers. And then the last part of your report are just the budget to actual schedules for each fund. And so that gives you kind of a year-over-year look on what you anticipated happening versus what really happened. So pretty straightforward audit report this year. I guess I can open it up to any questions on the report itself.
Questions from anyone?
All right. Well, the last thing that we have for you is the governing board letter. A lot of what's in here is just information that we're required to communicate to you. This is also where you would see any recommendations if we had any, and we did not this year. It's a nice short letter, which is exactly what you want to see as a board member. So the first part of the letter is what's called qualitative aspects of accounting policy. Again, that's what's just behind the numbers. So the first part of that is about accounting policies and standards. You did not adopt any new accounting standards this year. Had the leasing one been in effect for you, you would see it listed there. And ultimately what that means is year over year, your financial statements are comparable. And then the second part of that is significant estimates. So there are two significant estimates in your financial statements themselves. The first is the useful life that you assign to capital assets to depreciate them over. In general, you follow industry standards and practices, nothing unusual, so nothing to report there. And then the second is an allowance for uncollectible receivables. I believe that is primarily related to the employee housing program. And then the next part is difficulties encountered in performing the audit. We did not have any. Corrected and uncorrected misstatements. So we did identify one expense accrual. Basically, it was paid in 2023, but it was for work that was incurred in 2022. So we did post one accrual back, but overall, given how many transactions you have, the dollar value of everything, for us to identify just one entry is really good. As far as disagreements with management, we did not have any. And then we're required to tell you that in order to finalize this report, Ian had to sign the management representation letter. Essentially that lists what your responsibilities are as management of the district, and basically states that you were honest with us, you didn't try to hide anything. And then the last part here is more of an FYI. It's about Governmental Accounting Standards Board Statement 96. So similar to the leasing standard that came into effect this year, we like to make you aware of a standard that's effective next year, which is this one, 96, is related to subscription-based technology agreements. So basically, if you have an agreement for something like Amazon Web Services and they're going to host your software for 5 years, that actually represents an asset and a liability to the district. So we'll work with Ian in the future if you do have anything that's applicable for that, but we like to put it out here as an FYI, whether it's going to affect you next year or not. It's effective forever once that kicks in, so we want you to be aware of it. So that's all I have. Overall, everything went really smooth from our end. Like I said, Ian uploaded, they're very timely uploading everything. They upload it well before our deadline. When the audit week starts, we have everything, which really helps us hit the ground running. Overall, everything went, really smoothly. very limited adjustments, which means that the information that you get on a regular basis as a board and make decisions on is accurate. So that's really something that we find important. You don't want us to come in here and, change your net income by $10 million. That's not a good thing. And then lastly, there's no internal control recommendations, considering that you had turnover during the year, and they were able to, keep all those processes in place. Just shows you the dedication that they have to making sure things run well.
So if the 2022 audit meets the board's approval, we recommend that the board take formal action to accept it.
So moved. Second.
Okay, moved by Whitmore, second by Hazard. All those in favor?
Aye.
I have a reserve policy, the board, as far as the amount that we want to be kept in reserve.
Yeah, it's kind of part of the budget process, I think, we, as far as a board policy, I'm not sure that we really do. We have like we follow the budget requirements by the state for reserves, but.
Yeah, I would say that the reserve that we've kept has increased in the last 5 years, just because of some of the uncertainty in the economic world. We had traditionally had a practice of having 3 months reserves. We now are closer to 6. We probably don't need that full 6, but we do have some large projects coming up, so we want to be ready for those.
Any other questions for Ian?
So I guess the comment to your question, though, which fund? Are we talking about the general fund? Are we talking about the capital fund or the 7A fund and the rest? And so,
Or the enterprise.
yeah, the enterprise fund. So, yeah, I think we're adequately covered myself too. I don't think we have a written policy or something. We adopt it as we adopt the budget every year. So.
Director McGinnis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I might note as a compliment to Ian that, of course, not just our expenses and our reserves and things like that, but utilize our reserves and investments that we make with them. And we've had a dramatic change now with brokered CDs, whereas the bank is all of us at this table realize you got next to nothing. Now we're up to, I saw a rate yesterday, 5.75. For the amount of money that we put in reserve, that's a lot of money that we can now bring in, at least for a temporary period of time. The rates seem to be leveling off, but my discussions is the Treasury Department's on top of that, so that helps us. A few more bucks coming in.
The interest income is it's really a much prettier picture lately than it was in the past couple of years. So yeah, appreciate that. Thank you.
I do want to say that Ian and Betty do a phenomenal job. Others, Stephanie and Audrey, chip in frequently, and I think it is an area that could be a huge headache for someone in my position, and it is not. It is really impressive the way they're on top of our finances.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Yeah, cheers.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you, everyone.
Do you need to formally? Do you need to formally?
We did,
You did?
we did. We voted to. Was unanimous.
We can do it again if you want.
Yeah, we'll do it.
Just in case. All right, we are now on the general manager's report, and we will start ending wherever you want, but I assume with the Central Arizona.
8B, Raquel, if you want to come up and join the board. I think many of you are aware from earlier discussions and maybe some of your experience on the tour, if you were in your neighborhood. Raquel and Lindsay, if she's here, you want to join her up there or not, whichever way is easiest for you. And Stephanie did the lion's share of the work organizing this tour with the Central Arizona Project. It is, we think, extremely helpful to help people from outside the state understand how the state uses water and very importantly in this time and age, how we live in shortage and how we deal with the shortages that hydrology provides, because it's a very different reality than many we witness down in the lower basin and that they experience given their reservoir storage. And so I want to just turn it over. I think that the team did a phenomenal job on it, and Raquel has a report for it. Thank you.
And as Andy mentioned, we hosted the Central Arizona Project last week in June for a 4-day tour of West Slope Water. It was definitely a multi-department effort. So we had 8 staff speaking to the board throughout the 4 days. Lindsay, Stephanie, and DK were super helpful with helping organize the 4-day tour. And the tour aimed to highlight unique attributes of West Slope Water, our diverse agriculture, infrastructure, water rights administration, and how all of this is different from Central Arizona Project, but as well as how things function in the lower basin. So this was our itinerary. We did a loop starting in Grand Junction, going through Glenwood Springs, then towards Redstone, Marble, Crested Butte, Gunnison, Montrose, back to Hotchkiss, and then Grand Junction. We had 20 stops and over 30 speakers throughout this 4-day tour. I know some of you were there for bits and pieces of this, as well as a lot of other entities, and we super appreciated that. The main themes that were emphasized were living in within our hydrology, how every year folks are curtailed. This is a different year, and I think that was a reoccurring emphasis on the trip, how this is a wet year for sure compared to anything we've had in the recent past. The complexities of water administration, and how water users are adapting to a hotter, drier scenario. So just a few highlights of some of our spots and what we saw. So there was a very interesting discussion on Shoshone and Cameo Call and how that drives water to the west and is really important for water users on the western slope and for the health of the river. Then, we actually got to first day drive right by the Spring Creek fire, which was really, I think, drive a point home that, even though we have a wet year, we are still seeing a really major fire. And it was pretty massive the day we drove, and it was right next to the highway. So it was pretty eye-opening. And then there was dinner at Bill Trampy's Ranch, which was, beautiful backdrop for dinner, but also a very interesting conversation on how there are different ranching operations in the area, talk on demand management experiments, as well as wet meadows restoration. Lindsay, if you want to add anything at any point, more than welcome. And DK alluded to this yesterday a little bit. This picture on the right, you can see the waterfall that is created when Morrow Point is spilling. This was pretty, I had never seen Morrow Point spill, so it was really amazing to be there. I think everyone was pretty impressed, and we did a tour of the inner power production facility at Morrow Point, which was pretty impressive too, because it's all underground. You can see the rock there in the pictures to the left. But this was a great coincidence. Morrow Point has never spilled this late in the season. As DK mentioned, this happened because they didn't release water from the Aspinall unit to meet the Black Canyon of the Gunnison water rights when they normally do, which is to overlap with peak runoff on the North Fork. If they did that, they would flood some infrastructure in Delta. So they held off on that until late June. And it spilled for a little over 24 hours and we were right there. So it's pretty great.
Sorry, that was-
You're welcome.
The video didn't load.
We had a little video which didn't look, but it's okay. We can show you after if you are very curious to see. And then there was a fascinating talk at the Montrose and Delta Canal where Bob Herford, Division 4 engineer, and Steve Pope, the manager of Uncompahgre Valley Water Users Association, talked to the group about water administration and how folks in the upper Uncompahgre are curtailed several years, and how there's a no-call agreement right now and how that can help a lot of folks. But it also emphasized how the Uncompahgre system, even though it has diverse water rights, it still frequently does not operate at 100%, at a much lower percentage. And also, Bob emphasized the groundwater, surface water discussion, because Central Arizona Project operates things a lot different. They can just tap into groundwater whenever they don't have Colorado River water coming to their system, and that doesn't happen over here. We have prior appropriation, groundwater is part of that. So that was a really interesting conversation. And then a couple of last items, we toured the Honeycrisp Orchard in Hotchkiss, which emphasized, how diverse agriculture is here in the Upper Basin and how it is challenging. And so it's interesting to see all the netting they're using for the organic apples. And then we wrapped up with lunch at Mesa Winds Farm and Winery, which was amazing food and a really nice wrap up to the tour. So that was it. The folks that were here, they were very excited. Originally, the tour was supposed to be 1 to 2 days and it expanded to a 4-day tour. And we did see a change in relationships around day 3. We were able to have more harder, let's say, conversations that I don't think would be possible if it was a shorter tour. And they were very excited, grateful, and they have tentatively, extended an invite to do a similar tour down in their region. And we hope that this is maybe a first-ish tour of a series to help educate our lower basin folks on how things function here in the upper basin. Thoughts, questions?
Yeah, I think what Raquel ended on was just really important to emphasize that this shared experience was so critical in opening the doors to those conversations and building relationships. And I think a lot of you experienced that in the lower basin. But just having such a diverse group of local water leaders who all had different priorities and different expertise and spoke so fluently about their land and their water and their lifestyle, you could tell it was very, very impactful. So for all those who participated, or I just really appreciated it, the time they gave us.
Great, I guess. Director.
I wasn't able to participate, but were any of the CAP visitors ag people? So I think they're elected, right?
There was one.
There was one ag
Yeah,
person.
so most of the people who were there were from Maricopa County, which is the Phoenix area. So they were largely municipal priorities. There was one gentleman, Steve, who was from Pinal County, and his county was the one who had been struggling because of severe curtailment. He was actually not able to access CAP water anymore and had some really interesting perspectives on those. It was not a balanced group, but he did speak up quite firmly from his perspective.
Yeah, they're the board is, the seats on the board are determined by population. That's why Maricopa has 10 seats, and then the county is in the Tucson area has another, I think, 4 seats, and then the ag area only has 1.
Really?
They were very interested in our version of the board of directors for that reason as well. There was a lot of discussion about appointment.
Director McGinnis.
The gentleman you were talking about, what was his name again?
Oh, I gotta pull up his last name.
Miller.
Steve Miller, thank you. Yeah.
So I think he was the one when we were on the roller dam. And he has some questions about how we run the ditch. so on, and then he offered his opinion that you had too much water. And, yeah, I said, well, you need to understand a little more of this and that, but I got the feeling from him pretty bitter about what they're having to do, and he doesn't think we're doing anything.
Well, I think we might have shifted his perspective, maybe an ounce by the end of
Maybe
it.
after that.
Yeah, but that was the first day that you met him, right off the plane.
Yeah, the roller dam was the first stop, and I do think things shifted, you know, there were comments on where's the Colorado River? We thought this was a tour of the Colorado River, and I think the emphasis, like, people live off of tributaries of the Colorado River, and that's what you're seeing here. And, you know, it seems like it's just a concept that when you live in the lower basin, sometimes you don't fully understand. And so I think that after the tour and like when they go back to doing whatever they're doing, my hope is that things will start sinking in slowly but surely. But I guess we'll see how things actually, you know, develop.
I think, you know, Steve is a Central Arizona Project irrigator. They're junior, right? And so looking at the roller dam and at the Grand Valley, it's like sitting down at the Yuma district and seeing them in priority getting all of their water off the main street stem that they want, while CAP is shut down. And so he's I think that's his relative perspective, and that's why he felt that way about the Grand Valley, and that's really part of why we focused that tour upstream to understand that the entire picture in Colorado is not one of great water security. Now, they're phenomenally senior rights, luckily, in the Grand Valley, Scott, as you know, and that's a real bonus that we all have to keep in mind. And so that the tour was designed to help them understand the full breadth of scarcity in Colorado. So I think by the end of it, I think that Steve did have a much better.
Well, I thought the staff was great too on the focusing on the endangered species and 15-mile reach and things like that, which was really them. And so I thought the staff did an excellent job, but I kept my eye on, I didn't want him to have a cup of water as far as.
Comments. We did get a letter from their board presidents, and I'm just gonna read it here. It says, on behalf of the Central Arizona Board, thank you for hosting us for our visit to the Colorado River District. What an amazing tour, from the welcome dinner on the riverbank behind Colorado River District offices with your beautiful poem, to the stories and information shared at Cold Mountain and Trampy Ranches, to the spectacular tours of Blue Mesa Reservoir and Morro Point Dam, to the Olathe Farm and the orchard at Hotchkiss. It was a memorable educational adventure. Your team provided amazing hospitality and support so we could better learn and respect the beauty, the challenges, and the issues faced by those in your district. I especially want to thank Raquel Flinker for her leadership and tireless efforts in guiding us on our 4-day tour. I hope we can someday return the favor by hosting you and your board for a tour of the Central Arizona Project. And it's signed by Terry Goddard, who is their board president.
He's former Attorney General of Arizona.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, thank you so much.
All right.
Really appreciate all the work and the success.
Thank you.
Yes, thanks. Good job. The next item, Amy, if you want to come on up, the drought response project and the decision support tool that Amy's been working closely with the Padre Valley water users and Freshwater Trust on. So Amy, if you want to go ahead and take it away.
Sure, and this is just an informational update to the board on a project that we've been working on really over the last year, starting with Commissioner Toombs' announcement last June at a Senate hearing, calling on the 7 basin states to reduce their use by 2 to 4 million acre feet. And then subsequently, the Upper Basin's 5-point plan that included 2 of the 5 points being reauthorizing the system conservation pilot program and continuing to explore the feasibility of demand management in the Upper Basin. And so working closely with Andy and DK and others on this team, we realized a need to help work with our water users on engaging in these near-term conversations while also focusing on mid and long-term strategies with our water users. And so some of the updates here is that we have developed a partnership with the Uncompahgre Valley Water Users Association to work with us to develop what we're calling a water conservation decision support tool that again is working with a contractor, the Freshwater Trust, to look at data and analytics to help with the decision-making framework and tool when voluntary compensated and temporary programs are available to our producers. And so we've talked at length about the quick rollout of the system conservation pilot program, the 2023 operations that are going on right now, how quickly they were established. We got many questions from our producers on, should I participate? What pricing? A lot of confusion on how that process worked, and we didn't have any tools or data or information to help inform those decisions. And so this is certainly a pilot effort working with Uncompahgre as a start to this of really how could we develop a tool that is certainly not meant to dictate decisions, it's meant to inform decisions. We're also working with a technical advisory committee of the Uncompahgre Valley's board and some steering committee members related to demand management conversations to really ground truth. How could this work? And again, this is certainly on a pilot context of what could work, what could not work. We're looking at things across the board. And really in the board memo, we've outlined some of the goals with this project of this is attempting to look at much more of a proactive strategic approach to conservation and a transition away from a system conservation approach that doesn't allow for any of the storage to be maintained within the upper basin control for compact compliance purposes. Really empowering producers with more data and information to make informed decisions, exploring pricing structures that make sense and is justified, and also helping us again really focus on the long term of this tool may help support decisions for these short-term programs, but we are hoping that these data and analytics really inform long-term modernization options that can help our water users be more resilient into the future. And so maybe just a few points to hit home, and then Andy, I'll let you jump in if there's anything I missed, or DK and Raquel are working closely with me on this project as well. But I think as this board knows well, this project is certainly not an endorsement of demand management or system conservation. This is really aligns with the River District's long history in trying to explore what could be the impacts of programs like this. So we had the update yesterday on the phase 4 of the risk study. We've done our demand management stakeholder groups. We've developed a market framework. So this is in a long line of ways that we're trying to stay proactive, engaged, and strategic in these conversations so that we can better engage, as I think we'll talk more and more at this board meeting, these programs continue to be discussed. We know that our producers may have the most to lose in these programs. So if we don't help with data and analytics and a more informed approach, we're missing an opportunity again to be proactive and strategic. And certainly our focus remains on permanent reductions in the lower basin. That is focus number one and priority number one. But again, as these conversations progress about tools that are in the upper basin 5-point plan, we need to be part of those discussions and be prepared to engage. And then I think we will talk about just how the conversations continue both on, we heard yesterday from Commissioner Mitchell on developing a 2023 lessons learned report on system conservation to inform whether a 2024 round is warranted. And then conversations continue on the feasibility of demand management. So that's really the root of this project, is to help us better understand different approaches to engage, use data and analytics so that we have a more informed approach to all of these conversations. So that is the quick update on this project, and we'll continue to inform the board as things move forward.
Yeah, Dirk.
So other than staff time, is there a price tag associated with this?
So
And
we
where's
did,
that coming out of? Is that coming out of the 7A monies?
yeah, great question, Director Munger. In January, we did come to the board to authorize funding from the general fund. So it was about 150,000 from the River District General Fund that was heavily matched with state funding from the Colorado Water Conservation Board from their local capacity grants that is geared towards helping support federal funding requests. And so again, as part of all of this, we've seen the Inflation Reduction Act funding, the bipartisan infrastructure law funding. So this is helping us get set up potentially for a federal funding request to expand the tool so that it can include more producer tools like crop switching, like deficit irrigation or split season leases, potentially pilot the tool on the ground, working again closely with Uncompahgre Valley Water Users Association, and also working with them on installing telemetry in their system to better understand or better operate these types of programs.
Director Curry.
Thank you, Madam President. So just so the board knows, we had a great presentation at the Gunnison Basin Roundtable meeting on Monday from staff on and with a lot more detail on this project. And I guess I had two questions that came out of that and today. The timeline for completion and, we talked the other day about user interfaces. So who is this being prepared for? Is it work that only the management and Uncompahgre water users can utilize, or is it a tool that will there be an interface for individual producers? And I know, just so everyone knows, the answer I think at the time was we're trying to figure that out. But I just wondered about timeline, and then I don't know what you mean by the word analytics. What does that mean?
Good questions, Director Curry. In terms of timeline, our hope was to have the tool developed by the end of this year. Those timelines are in flux, and it was a pretty aggressive timeline, just knowing how quickly some of these conversations are moving. We wanted to be, again, prepared to engage. We're in the midst of still contracting with the state of Colorado, so we're actually in a bit of a pause moment while we finalize that contract and are able to expend upon it. But certainly we were hoping to have some of the tool developed this fall and into the winter, so those timelines may shift just a little bit in the reality of how quickly we can work with our partners and again work with the local producers on developing the tool. And in terms of the user interface, the hope is that by partnering with Uncompahgre Valley Water Users Association as a first service area to really look at what does this look like, that it could benefit both their system as a whole. It's a very complex system, and one producer participating in a program like this can affect the neighbor downstream or can affect the carriage water needed for this lateral. So the hope is that it can really show the system impacts while also being beneficial to individual producer decisions. So what that looks like on the back end, we're still working towards. And in terms of what the tool will look like, again, it's a little bit first of its kind, but part of our interest in this was sparked with a tool that the Freshwater Trust developed on the Bessemer Ditch, which is a very different situation where the town of Pueblo is looking at essentially buy and dry scenarios, but the tool is more of a spatial look at what are the trade-offs if you retire this portion of land to move it for municipal uses, from local economic impacts to producer impacts in terms of the productivity of that ground. So really it's a very different context of what we're working on, but really looking at a number of trade-offs of what are the impacts to local communities if you have this aggregation of folks that are participating in a program like this. How could we develop pricing structures that make sense for producers given the $150 floor essentially with the System Conservation Pilot Program? I think for many reasons was not supportive of the reality of what producers might face if they were to participate. So it's really looking at that trade-off from a spatial viewpoint. So I think certainly we could provide some screenshots as we get into this project to really demonstrate what does this look like, because it is hard to visualize.
Amy, I had a similar question. I think, have you identified any sort of outcomes, goals that you'll be able to report on, measurements like we wanted to save this much water or do, I don't know what sorts of things that we can track how it's working.
I think that's the hope, is that at some point we can use the tool in a pilot context. Certainly that's dependent on multiple factors of whether there are opportunities to pilot the tool on the ground, and that's dependent on funding. It's dependent on working with, our goal would be to store, any conserved consumptive use in Blue Mesa for the benefit of the Upper Basin or the Uncompahgre Valley Water Users Association. So there are numerous policy conversations that need to go into exactly how the tool would be implemented. But it's really a first start to say, with the system conservation pilot program, there's really no underlying information to help inform these decisions. And we think there could be a more strategic conversation to be had, particularly about unintended consequences with these types of programs.
Director Catlin.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I heard you say the word retire land. Is that one of the things you're looking at in the Uncompahgre Valley?
No, and that was really, there isn't a tool out there that's a one-for-one of what we're trying to develop. The only closest comparison is a very different situation with the town of Pueblo in a buy and scenario. So it's difficult to explain, but certainly retirement is not something that we're looking at with this tool.
So with this tool, are you going to be looking at what's described as marginal land?
So we'll be looking at a number of data points. I wouldn't say it's specifically focused at marginal land, but it's looking at economic pricing data from the USDA, from CSU. It's looking at conserved consumptive use with some of our tools and state mod. So it's using all public data to look at a number of factors. But I may turn it over to DK or Raquel if you want to add anything on the data pieces.
Yeah, I would add that, we had our first technical advisory committee meeting last week with Uncompahgre Valley Water Users Association Board and folks on their demand management steering committee. And this is a first of a few meetings to ground truth some of the data we're using. The data is not, from 2022, it's older than that. And so we hope that these will help inform the tool and make it useful for the producers, because the intent of it is that producers can use this tool to make a decision if they want to participate in a demand management program, or even potentially an SCPP program, I guess, or if they don't. There's also water quality data even that will feed into this tool, and they can take that into account when they're decision making, or when they're making decisions. So it's just an aid to decision.
And Director Catlin, if I can help answer that question too, you asked specifically about marginal land. I'm not sure any producer would want to describe their property as marginal, but
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at too.
Yeah, the question that I think this board has talked about in our discussions about demand management remains, and that is from an overall perspective in the ag industry. If there are going to be water conservation programs systematically offered to producers, is there a way to help the agricultural industry maximize productivity, profitability? In other words, incentivize keeping that most productive land in production. And is there a way to do that? That is part of what this program is looking at. It is not looking at the long-term retirement of any land, but is there a way to help producers make decisions? I think, Mark, you and I have talked about it. You know where your most productive land is and where maybe some least productive land is. I think most producers know that. How do we help incentivize that so that producers, make their own decisions in an informed way that is best for not only the individual producer, but for the industry as a whole, and for the vertical integrated agricultural industry from the seeds seed manufacturers all the way to the labor, to the packing facilities and the distribution. How do we keep that stuff whole? And that's really, I think, what part of this is aimed at.
Well, the reason that I asked the question is that everybody knows which fields and which part of their place is the most productive. That's a much better method than simply looking at a map that was drawn in the 50s and try to say what's marginal and what isn't, particularly in the Uncompahgre, because there's been a lot of work leveling and all those things that brought a number of Class 6 land into you couldn't tell the difference by standing on it if it was 2 or 6. So I just want to be careful about those things. Thank you.
Thank you.
Director Munger.
I guess, man, I can commend the Uncompahgre for moving forward. I'd be scared to death. I mean, if the division engineer, and then wasting water and how we're applying it, and whatever. So I'm doing good. Good luck to you. I'd be worried.
It is a complex project. It's new territory, certainly, and I am really appreciative of the individuals that have spent time with us on our technical advisory committee. We spent nearly 3 hours with them on an evening last week, really diving into all of the complexities and trade-offs and what could work, what couldn't work, in a really busy time for a lot of those producers down there. So I think we do expect to learn a lot on what works and what doesn't, and be really cautious throughout this as well. So I appreciate the feedback.
Director McGinnis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I don't have a full breadth of what we're doing, but who are our partners on this? You mentioned a couple of them, but is this from American Rivers or who else? Who are our partners on this?
So
This is solely our project.
It's solely our project working in partnership with the Uncompahgre Valley Water Users Association. And in terms of the funding structure, it's solely funded by the state of Colorado through a grant and the River District's funding as well.
And we've hired an organization called the Freshwater Trust to do the data analytic work. But they are not
Mentioned that.
but they are not a partner in terms of funding or anything like that.
Because I'm trying to get an awareness of it, I just want to make sure, especially after your remarks, that we're not developing a tool that later is going to be used against the interests of our organization. And so anyway, thank you.
Director Gray.
Yeah, after Director Munger spoke, and then I was looking here on the memo that I see again, this wording, drought security task force. I keep seeing that, which is just another way of saying demand management. And I keep thinking, are we really going down this road that where we're going to help producers figure out how to idle some land? And do we want to go down that road? I think Director Catlin and in my area is the same thing. We all know which fields we'd put in if we were going to do it. We all know we can do our own math. Some will do it different than others, but we can do the math. So I'm just not, I don't know, I'm a little uncomfortable or uneasy with the direction.
So, Tom, I mean, we've talked about this a number of times, but you're right. Individual producers who are in it for the long haul make decisions just the way you and Mark have described. On the other hand, our new breed of landowners down in the Grand Valley and showing up other places don't make decisions that way.
Yeah.
They'll put their most productive land in that if they get paid for it, and they will affect the rest of the agricultural community activities. And if we don't design and get really intelligent about how these programs roll out, then I think the opposite of that is watching system conservation roll out from UCRC with absolutely no thought about preserving our agricultural industry. If we don't think about this, if we don't develop the information and the technology to help to show a different way, then those who don't care about your agricultural community's success will prevail. And that's, I mean, I'm very concerned, and I think, I'm taking my lead from the conversations I've heard at this district. And so if I'm wrong, if the board sees it differently, we need to know that. But years of discussion about this stuff have led us to say, if we don't not only sit at the table, but inform that table, then we will watch others roll programs out that have zero protections for our communities and for our ag industry. And that's our concern.
And that's valid. I just kind of, if there's a bunch of money, regardless of where it comes from, then the unintended consequences are going to be impacts to communities. It doesn't matter how much thought we put into it. It doesn't matter how planning, we might be able to reduce some of the impacts, but the whole concept here, and this is just me talking, but is that if we want to preserve our communities and our agriculture, we need to be very careful about the programs that pay people to not use it. I don't care from there on how you organize it, you can massage it a little, but the impacts are just going to be there. That's all there is to it.
I thought yesterday it was really telling when Becky Mitchell said, we just felt like if we use the River District's rubric on evaluating projects, nothing would get funded. Thought, wow, that's maybe not true, or maybe nothing should get funded if they don't meet the criteria. So I think this really ties into the need for something that's really robust to evaluate things, and maybe we say, no, that doesn't work.
Well, that's right, but excuse me for monopolizing here, but the 7 points that we're going to talk about later on what the parameters should be and so forth for this task force, but I can confidently say the reason that nothing would have happened had they used our guidelines is because we required the Front Range TMDs to participate proportionate to the West Slope, and they don't want to go there. It's nothing to do with how we were organizing within the Margaret Valley and which land we might be thinking was best to fallow. It was, wait a minute, you're saying that we're going to participate in this too? But that, you notice the program they rolled out doesn't have any Front Range in there. That's parameters that they don't like, in my opinion.
Just one little last comment. I'm not opposed to this at all. In fact, I think the information that would be garnered out of this is going to be very good. There's money out there. If we can use money to invest in infrastructure, to increase our efficiencies and our deliveries, that's the things I want to see. I want to see how we can do things better and put the water into better use. And so I'm all supportive of that. Just careful what you ask for sometimes, because that same steak might have two heads. So.
Right. Yeah, Director Curry.
Thank you, and I really appreciate these comments. If we go, since we're going down this path, it looks like we have to make sure that whatever savings could arise are that there's credit for that. And I know this is a more user-oriented approach and system-oriented approach. But if we go through all of this and those savings can't be stored in a high elevation reservoir such as Blue Mesa, and there are contractual issues there, or if we can't get credit for those savings, then it's a moot. It's not a great exercise ultimately. If it doesn't serve any benefit for the ag community in the long run, if we do hit those curves that John Karen showed us yesterday, when we could, if we go into a non-compliance scenario, that is the date on the graph was 2031. So that's 7.5 years from now. So if that happens, if this good year was an anomaly, and then we go back into a scenario where our deliveries aren't adequate, then I just want to make sure that we also think about the end result of the work. Is it even going to be useful if guys go down this path?
And I think the district, both through this board and Peter and I participating in other discussions, has always articulated that well, we don't like either demand management or system conservation, that demand management is preferable only because of that storage. And it's not saying it's preferable, not saying that we want it, but it's just that, yeah, that we agree, Director Curry, with that. And I hope that you understand we have been
I do.
very, very reflective of that position from this board.
Great, thanks, Amy, for your discussion.
Next up, Brendan and Audrey are going to talk about our landscape remodel. Model, I don't know if that's what we call it, landscaping, but, upgrades. Water conservation project in our area.
All right, well, good morning. So this memo that we're going to talk about is on page 293. Would like to reference it, it's over there. There's also some links in there to the plan if you'd like to look at that as well. But in summary, about almost 2 years ago, this board directed and put aside a budget line item for the landscaping renovation with a real focus of working on improving our conservation, walking the talk that we have shared with a lot of our constituents, with the funding of our CFP program for our constituents, and really addressing some of the main statutes that this river district has been focused on. And so getting our house in order in a sense. So we have a lot of grass out here. It's part of the building. It's been there since the building was built. But really trying to modernize that and address that. So we also have some Russian olives, some invasive water intensive plants that we need to remove, and as well as improve the outdoor working space as well. So if COVID taught us anything, we need to be a little bit more flexible in the working environment. And this landscaping project is aimed to address that as well. And so for almost 2 years, we've been working with a landscape design architect to look at this plan. We've gone through numerous additions, trying to bring down the scope, trying to fit within the budget that we've identified. We finally got, earlier this year, we got to a spot that the architect's the budget estimate was about there. We sent it out for bid. We got 3 or 4 bids back, and we're able to select the lowest bid from what was submitted. It was still above what we had budgeted, and so we went through another addition to remove some of the other features of the project to really bring us down into our budget amount. The other effort that we participated in at the end of this project was to apply for a CWCB grant. It was the Transformative Landscape Change Challenge, which was really helpful. It was a statewide program. We were the only West Slope entity to apply to it, but it was for a commercial grant to remove 2,000 square feet of grass, up to 2,000 square feet of grass. They came and removed it, and you can see on our south parking lot, adjacent to the parking lot, there's a strip of land that's already been removed. So all that grass is gone. And they also provided, as part of the grant, to enough xeric plants, 630 xeric plants, to replace that grass. And so what we're going to do is we will use those plants throughout the rest of our project. We're going to just mulch the grass on the south side, but we'll use those plants in the project, and that was a significant value. We're matching that grant with everything else we're doing on this project. But those plants and the removal of the sod was somewhere between $10,000 and $20,000 helped with this project. So we've really worked hard to reduce the scope of this project, bring it down into near the budget, and we're really excited to move forward if that's the board direction. So you want to speak to?
Yeah, just
Joanne?
another, so the River District is one of 4 units. Well, actually, we have 1.5 out of 5 units here in this condo association building, roughly 38% of the ownership. I represent the district on that condo association board, and that board has changed over the last several, well, the board hasn't changed, but their interests have changed over the last several years as they've retired and are no longer tenants in this building, just owners. And so we've been talking about landscape changes and they have been supportive. There's been, pockets of implementation of this more xeric and low water use, but the rest of this project is significant in cost. And so I've been working to get financial contributions from the other owners because, and I think we've discussed this in our budgeting process, but because this really does align with our mission, we were willing to be a larger contributor. We have offered to pay for 2/3 of the cost of this project, and I'm still trying to get support from the other owners in the association to pick up that final third. But I think what we're asking you today is to authorize us to enter into a contract with the Rocky Mountain Custom Landscapes for the entire project. And then we'll try to secure additional, and offset our contribution with anything that I can get from the other owners.
Yeah, Director McGinnis.
Yeah, so we did discuss this before. And of course, once we do it, the incentive or leverage. Zero commitments, at least as far as. That's what you're saying.
At the time of this memo, that is true. I have received a somewhat ambiguous reply from one of the owners saying, I'm okay. Which I'm not sure if that means I'm okay with them contributing or okay, I'm just feeling okay. But I also received a voicemail yesterday afternoon, which I have not had an opportunity to return a phone call from the other owner. And so my last correspondence to them was saying that we still would like to pay 2/3 and are asking them to contribute the rest. So that's where I'm pushing towards. I think I will be successful with that. But I think because of timing, and also we would hold the contract as we're the primary contributor to that. And we would like to get this project going right after Labor Day for it's roughly, I think they said 9 to 12 weeks of construction time for this project. So that's where we're at.
So, we're in a tough financial situation, and I just big believer in burden sharing. Benefits, they're gonna get all the benefits from this. And I think Steve, somebody mentioned yesterday that the 4th floor might be under maybe you mentioned that, Andy, under a contract. Maybe we can get whoever's coming in on the 4th floor, if they're buying a whole floor to contribute, but I'm just, I'm kind of reluctant to be the do-gooder when everybody in this building can afford it. Everybody in this building is going to benefit from it. We're not going to end up paying 2/3. We're going to end up paying 100%, which leads to my next question. What are the ongoing costs? What are our operating costs? What percentage of this do we have to maintain this, water, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera?
Yeah, so the ongoing maintenance costs would continue to be shared by the association.
Do you have a commitment on that?
Yes, we do have a commitment on that, and we do anticipate that it would be, perhaps slightly more in maintenance. So we have a contractor, we have a lawn person, but then we have a contractor who comes and does maintenance visits on the other xeric parts of our property that would take over the entire property. And there may be some water savings as we're implementing a significant amount of irrigation improvements to the entire property to hopefully reduce inefficiencies and water leaks. And so the maintenance cost we estimate will be close to the same or maybe slightly higher with the landscape maintenance offset by the water decrease. Does that make sense? But so we'll have 38% of the maintenance cost. That'll be
What have
shared.
been our costs incurred to this point with our landscape architect? What do we pay him? And has there been any sharing of those costs by the association?
Not on this, no. So, and that was one of our discussions that we had with them up front. And I think it's a $15,000 contract
I think it's around there.
for the landscape architect.
Thank you.
Other comments? Yes, Director Becker.
Do we have to get city approval for on the city land?
We have to go through a grading permit, but that's,
So it looks like you're putting shrubs on, off our property.
oh, you mean on the easement over along the road?
The street.
Yeah, as part of the approval through the grading permit, we'll be going to the city.
And we have in prior meetings approved the contract with the landscape architect.
That was done under general manager authority, and that contract, I think, was actually entered into in 2021. The end of 2020.
I do think what you mentioned about walking the talk is critical here. It was a little embarrassing having the Central Arizona project out on a big green bluegrass lawn when we're talking about water savings. Other comments, Director Munger?
Yeah, so question, I guess, back to Director McGinnis's question. So is our exposure here a third of the 254? Is that what we're looking at? That's. So you have.
So, yes, well,
38%.
we would,
The total cost of the project is 254.
Right,
Yeah.
so our exposure of not getting paid
Is,
is,
one
yes,
third of
okay,
our-
is that what you're, yes.
That was my question. Okay. Thank you.
We have a Director McGinnis.
Just one other point, and that is that with our bus system in Grand Junction, sorry, to put it late, with our, so I was chairman of our bus, Grand Valley Transit. And we did some of this, not for this purpose. And I'll tell you, boy, did we end up with a problem, made it nice with the homeless. So we ended up actually, on some of them, had to take our benches out and put lean where you could lean up against something versus sit on something. And so we might, I don't know what we're gonna do. Showing up, spending the day and so on out there, and it sounds kind of minor, but it became a big deal for us.
we do have trespass issues on the property today. I don't think that the will change that. We have picnic tables and tables that you know that you've seen in the back. Our building superintendent does deal with that over specifically on hours when the building's not occupied or on the weekends. And so we do have monitoring that goes on. We have police to come. We deal with it today. We'll deal with it. You're right. It's unfortunately a growing problem in all of our towns.
Does look
And
like,
by the way, our problem was not so much the homeless as was the vagrants.
this looks like quite an extension of outdoor workspace. Which is
Yeah,
nice.
yeah, and I haven't gone through the plan yet. I'm happy to do so if you guys would like. Give you covered it, or if you guys want, that's completely fine, but
Other
We got
questions?
a lot.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's.
We have other questions? Is anyone ready to make a motion?
So what is the motion? Is it to approve the project?
It's the request for authorization of the general manager to enter into the contract with Rocky Mountain.
254,000. And what's the?
So I move the motion.
Second by Munger, second by Whitmore. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, great. Thank you very much.
Drought Security Task Force. Just in recognition of the fact that we were supposed to be talking about this at 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon rather than we're 10 this morning. I want to, I guess, first ask, are there questions before? I think what I'd prefer to do is cover kind of the principles that I'm asking this board to give guidance to myself and our alternate Peter Fleming, who are on the drought task force. As you appointed us at our special meeting in June. And the question it really is there, there's quite a bit of narrative in my memo leading up to it to explain why and how this bill came to be, why our district is involved in it. But I think starting on page 237, excuse me, of the PDF packet, which is page 8 of 11 of my memo. To you, there are 7 suggested principles or positions that this board might direct myself and Peter to follow. Now, these are just suggestions, right? Peter and I need to take guidance from you. I think there was a request from, I think it was a suggestion from Director Gray that we propose some principles and ideas here so that we have guidance from you in the discussion. Welcome a robust discussion on the principles, but maybe pause for a minute and say, are there questions on the first, 6.5 pages of the memo that anybody has thoughts or concerns on?
Page 236, I think. 237.
37, 238.
Mark.
Oh, Marty. I don't have any real concern with the way you put those points. There are a couple of things that I guess I would add to this.
Okay.
I get the fact that the statutory directive to this group is to propose legislation. But I would hope that the group would consider whether or not legislation is necessary.
I think that's a great point, and as Zane has pointed out a number of times, it is mandatory that this.
And so I would start there and say legislation may not be necessary, A. B, what kind of legislation and any legislation, I mean, what problem is it that we're solving? It seems like we've been getting a lot of legislation pushed, including what I think the commissioner was working on last year with the Department of Natural Resources. There seems to be a push for solving a problem that may not exist. And that was one of the reasons I asked DK yesterday about what our 10-year rolling average, looks like now. How 2023 has affected that rolling average, because it seemed to me, and I may be mistaken, but one of the reasons that this became such a crisis was because there was concern that we were approaching a point where our 10-year rolling average was going to be below compact requirements. And so understand, we don't know what next year looks like. It could be a dry year. It could be another year like last year. We don't know. I get that. We do need to do some planning and talking and preparing. But I just hate to see us and the state go down the path of proposing legislation to solve a problem that we may not really have, or solve it in a way that is not beneficial to the whole state. And so I guess that would be my preface to all of these other points, is let's please not be proposing or coming up with legislation that we maybe don't need.
Director McGinnis.
And I think that's a very valid point. And of course, the legislative session coming up here in a few months, it's an election year. It's going to be very heated, and just like we witnessed this last year, there's a rush to be the author of the cure to our water problems. And most of it's drafted, of course, at our expense. And in my opinion, a lot of it's drafted without a lot of historical knowledge and so on and so forth. So I think we really have to be on guard. Not to what we put in, what we might pass, but how important it is to stop some of this stuff, or at least slow it down and think it out, which of course is what Andy has done with the group and our involvement here. But your point is very valid, I think. especially considering we're gonna be in an election year, it's gonna be very heated.
Andy, might you add that as to your 7 points?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
All right. Other comments?
Director.
Director
Oz.
Haas, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. First of all, thanks for putting this together, Andy. I guess, you know, I definitely hear Director Whitmore's concern, and I think it is a valid one to not be going in thinking legislation's the only thing that can fix this. On the other hand, or not fix it, but only solution. On the other hand, I guess I'm thinking about it a little differently, and I've said this before. Can the task force focus on things that are no regret steps? I said this in a meeting when the state engineer came. I think shepherding as a tool doesn't have to be used. It doesn't mean it's a demand management program, but something that is in place for state to implement a program in a way that works for the state and for water users, if it's needed. Think about, I would be thinking about those steps that could help prepare us for that. Doesn't trigger anything, doesn't give away any legal arguments, but I think we're one of the few upper basin states that doesn't have those kind of tools in place right now. So this might be a chance to look at what those tools might look like, how they might work for Colorado. And the other advice I would give is just, it's simple. Try to figure out the most surgical way this group can get to agreement and alignment over what needs to happen. The more people start putting on Christmas tree ornaments, the more difficult this will be. So I would just say kind of go in with that pretty focused mindset of simplicity. Don't make it overcomplicated. And are there some no regret steps that are no regret tools that we could explore and develop that would help the state of Colorado be ready? Because while, yes, we had a wet year, it's already feeling pretty dry again. And it's like, I just would hate for us to kind of go back to this mindset of, oh, everything's okay again, because I don't think it is. And I think we need to have tools in place. And this is one opportunity to explore those tools in a surgical and focused way.
Thank you, Director Haas. The comments? Yeah, Director Munger and then Director Curry.
So I appreciate both comments made by my fellow directors. I want to make sure that we own the results of it after it gets done. You know, so we're not sending it to the UCRC. It belongs to Colorado, the results, whatever we gain and benefit from. I want to make sure that Colorado has that pool as well, just like lower states have their pool in Meade. We want to make sure that we have our pool, and that whatever benefits that the people in Colorado are putting forth to help solve this problem, we also own and are the beneficiary of whatever is gained out of it. Otherwise, why are we even wasting time doing it? So, and again, I think what Director Haas said was really important too. I still think there's some things in statute and the rest of water law that don't allow some of these things to happen. So if we have these objectives, things that need to happen, we need to make sure that it's allowable under the law and the rest. You know, even the shepherding, for instance, as Director Haas said. So anyhow, that couple comments.
Great. Got Director Curry and then Zane.
Thank you. So I have a lot of thoughts on this, and I'll try not to ramble. I think going into the task force discussion, sometimes we'll be in a proactive mode and sometimes we'll be in reactive mode. And I really appreciate the 7 topics that were listed here in the memo. Very helpful, but I agree with Director Whitmore that there's other things that are going to come up. I think there are folks on the task force that have interests that they're gonna pursue. Other folks, and they're probably not really on this list. I think it's possible that the folks representing the tribes are gonna put forward what's in their best interests. I think the Front Range entities are obviously gonna go to bat for what is in their, what they believe to be in their best interest. Probably the environmental and recreation appointments, same thing, you know, that's just how things are. So we need to maybe do some scenario planning before a meeting to say, gosh, what would I say if the municipal or Front Range representatives say, you know, we don't want to contribute at all. And we're gonna only support legislation that would leave us out of this conversation, then we have to be ready, you know, for what we think is gonna happen. So that was just one thought. And then maybe to touch base again down the road, once you see what is coming forward, you know, what is Alex gonna say on behalf of Aurora? What will be her agenda? You heard yesterday, the state didn't reveal their agenda whatsoever. We directly asked them what they would like to see come out of this, and we did not get a reply. And I'm not trying to be argumentative here, but I didn't hear a reply. At least I still don't know what it is they would like to see. If there's just, if this is just about a power struggle, or is this, do they feel we need shepherding legislation? Do they feel that the state engineer needs additional authority to protect the interests of the state? I don't know. They didn't answer the question, but you might get some of those answers in those meetings. I'm not sure. So just, I was thinking about what wasn't on the list and how we have to try to be ready for that.
Okay, if I can just respond for a quick, I think Director Curry, you raised really good points. I would say the 7 points here are not necessarily comprehensive. I mean, part of what myself and Peter have to follow are our policies and our prior work in this area, right? And one of the things that our district has long pushed for, and you can see it reflected in the final 2018 CWCB demand management policy statement, is that water has to be proportionately contributed from various areas of the state. I'm not sure I included that specifically in these 7 points, so your point is a good one, and but it is kind of an underlying operating principle from our perspective, from your leadership as the board, to tell us that. And so I can add that in to make sure that it's covered, but I do want you to know that there are a whole bunch of policies and prior discussions that you and we have done together that guides are involved in this. And so I appreciate your point that, yeah, there are going to be a whole lot of different agendas walking into that room, and you're right. And it, you know, Director Gray and I have talked about, you know, some of the language regarding how, what is the primary purpose of this? Well, it's to store water to benefit and protect Upper Basin's compact compliance obligations, whatever those may be. There are other interests that may say, no, we want this water, we want this program to produce water, to have water in the rivers at certain times of the year that may not necessarily coincide with or work for the primary purpose. And those are issues that we're going to be talking about. And I think this board has given us direction on that in the past. So I feel comfortable knowing what the board has said, but I hear you, is what I'm saying. But saying this.
Zane, and then Director Gray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Andy just touched on most of the thoughts I was having, but I did want to, just in response to Director Haas's comments, go back to kind of the origins of at least a part of this conversation that ultimately led to the task force creation. And that was a conversation with stakeholders at the Capitol about what tools does the state need to have in its toolbox that need to be available if or when a compact compliance situation arises. And so my thought was, and again, Andy just touched on this, but the board may consider, keeping it simple and ensuring whatever those tools may be, if it's shepherding or something else, it's only available if and when we need it for compact compliance purposes. And hopefully it won't be needed. But we do know that the legislature is going to have to act to create some of these tools at some point. So thinking about it strictly from a compact compliance perspective and or what those specific tools are going to be.
Thanks, that's helpful. Yeah, Peter.
Yeah, I thought I might add my own 2 cents on some of this. And again, as Andy correctly stated at the beginning, it's not as though we like demand management. We're not in favor of demand management, but the whole concept behind demand management is basically, a rising tide floats all boats. And the concept was, in theory, we can put water into a reservoir, whether it's Powell or the Upper Basin CRISP facilities, the other initial units, and help the Upper Basin as a whole in crisis situation. And the only reason that you would do that, obviously, is a compact threat or existing type of curtailment situation, which we all hope never occurs. Without that possibility, you have of a demand management collective pool, if you will. I believe that we will be faced with a greater and much more damaging risk, which is every water user out for themselves. And every water user that has a lot more resources and the ability to condemn, the constitutional right to condemn water, municipalities have that, will win out. And the West Slope, particularly West Slope Ag, will not, will face a difficult future. So that's why I believe demand management is sort of the least worst possible outcome in a dire situation in the future, which we hope doesn't get here, but certainly could. One of the things that I've been cautious about in particular is legislation that would only be targeted on a few of the elements addressed in the points that Andy laid out, and particularly at shepherding. My personal view is that legislation to authorize shepherding of water for demand management purposes in the absence of a comprehensive deal, such as something that this task force might, in theory, could be successful in developing, but probably will just lay continued future foundations to discuss. Shepherding by itself, in my view, is just further greasing the skids towards that individual approach where it's every water user out for themselves. If you have authorize the shepherding of this type of arrangement without the protections of the 2018 demand management policy statement that are built in a meaningful way. In other words, proportionate contributions of water to both sides of the divide, compliance with the conceptual framework of the water plan, which is basically very clearly stated in Andy's point 7. I think it doesn't make sense to develop one of these systems to take existing uses out of production if the only purpose of doing that is to augment new depletions for a Trans Mountain diversion project. That doesn't help the West Slope at all. I think the one way of saying we need the full package here to move forward. And I'm very cautious about legislation that would authorize demand management, shepherding by itself. I've got an open ear toward it and eye toward it, but at present, I think that would be dangerous. Just by way of example, I was not aware until yesterday that the Water Conservation Board or the commissioner had put what they call the unredacted system conservation projects on the website. Now, what for some reason I wasn't able to access them during the meeting yesterday. I was able to last night and I can now. I've looked at a couple of them. A couple of issues. Number one, they're still redacted. You cannot tell the specific water right or even the state if you don't know the name of the person or maybe the specific ditch or the specific tributary. They don't name the ditch, that's taken out. I just think it's a really questionable way to spend the public's money on using the public's resource. Water is the public's resource. We have private water rights, but those are rights to use water, not rights to not use water. And so I'm really concerned about the continued lack of transparency in what they've called now the public contracts. Each contract has an exhibit that's called a verification plan. Those are not attached to what's been put on the website, but there is language in each of the contracts that says this water will continue to be diverted at the head gate, run through the ditch, and then put down the wasteway. I don't understand how that happens and works in a call situation, which we often have. Obviously, this year of plenty. But theoretically, in a few weeks, some ditches might start calling, right? Well, how can a ditch call for its full water right and have water diverted at its head gate if it is not using that water? And so, because that water ought to be available to the next junior in line, frankly. And so this is the type of administrative issues that could cause injury to junior water users that would happen. Here we've talked about, well, the system conservation project this year is only 3,000 acre feet. That's not a ton of water in the grand scheme of things. It might be a fair amount of water if you're the person, that would otherwise be able to divert that water, but you're not able to because it's being shepherded past your head gate, even though it's not being used. So, that's a concern. And personally, I think that, except for the possibility that Director Whitmore stated about a recommendation of no legislation, that the concerns that I've heard addressed are encompassed within these 7 points that are laid out in the memo. In Andy's memo, we can certainly flesh them out more. But those are some of my concerns that I think, Andy and I ought to carry into this process, and I think they are embodied within these points, but I wanted to flesh them out. Appreciate the opportunity to comment.
Thank you.
I think that's Director Gray.
Peter, thanks for those comments. And when you first started, that reminded me, you said that before about what could happen and willy-nilly that's very valid. So thanks for that. Thanks, Andy, for creating these 7. That's exactly what I was wanting as to be a complement to our policies, not policies, because this is a new thrust of a new place that we're participating and you're participating. So thank you. I think you did a great job. And my intent when I suggested at the last meeting, I guess, was that this be backing for you when you're at the table. My board has adopted these parameters, and that's where I've got to be. and it's, you know, pass them out or whatever you want to do, or anyone on that task force that wants to will now know that you're not just speaking for Andy Mueller. And that was mine. So you've done exactly what I wanted to. And then one last thing, I think your comments, Peter, on shepherding and is exactly right. We should not be creating tools to do things unless they only can be used under under a state administered management program that's also got the river district in the process. But it's a state program, we're not just separate shepherding. Now we have shepherding tool and we can use that for all sorts of other purposes. I agree with you 100%. So let's be careful of creating tools unless it's under that umbrella. in my opinion. That's all.
Thank you. Director Curry. I didn't want to witness somebody else in front of me. Yeah, no, I can wait.
Director Catlin, are you, there you are.
Yeah, wait just a second. Hang on.
Here you are.
There you
I'm too quick on the trigger. One of the things I wanted to mention is that I don't want a situation where we are passing legislation in search of a problem. You know, a solution looking for a problem. I'm hoping that the people that are on this task force will have the time to sit and talk about what they can do and what they absolutely cannot do. Because that's been one of the things that we've talked about all along is a lot of consultant types feel like you could do this, you know, the river will do that. And pretty soon we lose track of what could be done and what can't be done. And there are areas in the state where certain things are not going to be able to be done. You know, whether it's shepherding and all of the things that are, I think people are trying to make a stew out of this rather than trying to figure out a conversation with one another with enough time. This gave the state of Colorado an opportunity to take a breath and not have to argue with one another in the lobbies or at the well in regards to the administration's ideas or someone else's ideas. But the idea that we're taking a look at really trying to focus on voluntary and all of those kind of things makes sense to me. And that's the reason that I wanted to be on that bill, was that it gave the state an opportunity to take a breath. And I know that everybody's going to bring their own situations to the table, but this might be an opportunity that we haven't had. And a lot of people have chided me that they thought everybody had plenty of time. Well, I'll tell you what, I don't think people have had plenty of time, because we continue to not talk to one another. We're not talking to each other. We have people come to us and talk to us yesterday that really told us very little. They did make the trip and they were there and they get credit for that. But did we hear anything? Not really. That's got to kind of stop pretty quick, because if we are all in our silos saying what we think each other wants to hear, probably nothing's going to come of this. I would hope that something comes out of this, that if nothing, we've had a conversation, that we've kept the minutes good enough that legislators in the future, whether it's this session or next or the one after that, can go back and look at, these are the things these people took the time to lay out. And even with their arguments, the arguments to future legislators may be more valuable than the things they've agreed on. So I'm hoping that this thing is going to work. These 7 points make sense. But, you know, it all depends on us too, to talk to the people that have been appointed to these boards and give them our consideration, our thoughts, our needs, and let them be our spokespeople. Because we've tried giant meetings before and they don't work. So maybe this one has an opportunity. I'm hoping that that's what we're going to find when this is done. And, you know, the Eastern Slope, yeah, they're going to have to get in the game. And we're going to have to be the ones that tell them. Because the way it's laying out right now, even with yesterday's conversations, it's Western Slope focused, period. That's the only water there is in the state of Colorado right now, is what's over here on the Western Slope. And that's not the truth. So I'm hoping, and I really do hope, that when we were writing this, these were the kind of things we were talking about before we ran the bill. And the River District had a great influence on writing this. So I think if we let this work, that it does have an opportunity to give us some guidelines, some guides, and some opportunities for us to say, well, you know, up in the northwest part of the state, this is the issue. In the western central, this is the issue. In the southwest, these are the issues. Maybe we can get an opportunity to put those on a sheet of paper and everybody will have them as we go forward. Thank you. That's all I've got.
Great. Thank you, Director Catlin. That's great perspective. Director
And
Curry,
it
and
was
then
just-
we'll take maybe a couple more. and
Yep.
that's fine.
Really short, hopefully short, and maybe we could do it offline, but I think this issue of beneficial use and including compact compliance as a beneficial use might come up. And I'm confused about the merits of that. So maybe if you don't want to do it right now, Madam President, I could talk to Peter and Andy, but
I think
I've
there-
heard
people be
both.
interested.
I do think that will be in front of you, and I can't figure out if that's a good thing or a bad thing. So I need,
Well, there's a reason you can't figure out that it's a good thing or a bad thing, and that's because, you know, it's a good thing when we like it, and it's like demand management, you know? As a whole, we like it when it does what we want it to do. We don't like it when it's doing something we don't want it to do. In theory, compact compliance is a beneficial use, has been decreed as a beneficial use in other basins. In fact, has been decreed as or at least awarded as a water, a beneficial use in the case in Water Division 6, but the decree that came out was a matter of a stipulation that where it was taken out. And the question is, well, can you, can you take a junior appropriation and apply that to a compact beneficial use? In other words, can you satisfy the compact with junior water? In my mind, you really can't, because you're trying to satisfy a demand for the compact with water that is being depleted. If if water's just sitting in a reservoir, it's being depleted and evaporated. And it's contributing to the problem. It's not helping the problem, it's contributing to the problem. If you left that water in a reservoir for 10 years, it in theory then could be released for compact compliance purposes, because as long as the amount that you're covering includes the amount that evaporated during that 10-year period. In other words, you're not creating an additional contributing to the problem. Then the question is, can you use a pre-compact water right for compact compliance purposes? And in theory, you could do that as well. So you could take a pre-compact water right, you could quantify the historic consumptive use of that water right. Happens all the time on the west slope. A municipality, a golf course dries up historically irrigated land. And this just happens to be senior to the compact. It's used to meet senior calls within the state. But you could, in theory, augment junior diversions as against their compact demand with a senior compact water right. Has that been decreed? Not to my knowledge, within the Colorado River Basin. Similar concepts have worked in other basins, just by way of example. The Closed Basin Project in the Rio Grande Basin. The Rio Grande Water Conservation District has a project where there's a closed aquifer system in the Rio Grande. Water is pumped out of that closed aquifer system into the Rio Grande to help satisfy the Rio Grande compact obligation Colorado has. It's decreed for it. And so something like that could happen here. But there are all sorts of concerns about whether that would be a good thing or not. You don't want I think at the River District, or at least me, would be concerned if a senior water right, for example, in, close to the state line, senior pre-compact water right is dried up and taken out of production and used to augment a junior water right at the headwaters, maybe a trans mountain diversion, and have that augmentation effectively leapfrog the rest of this priority system within the state. So we would argue against that. You can't injure other West Slope water rights by leapfrogging those rights. So there's a whole host of problems. It's not an authoritative or definitive determination as to whether they are not a good thing or are not legal. It is something we might want as a river district to pursue in the future. We've talked about that on a conceptual basis as to how we might utilize our statutory authority in a way to protect the river district, but there are potential pros and cons that we can talk about other time in the future. We're not doing that tomorrow.
Yes, Director Hazard.
I was just going to comment on that, what you were talking about in the Rio Grande. They also are using that to augment their sub-districts, which has been a huge fight in the valley itself. So that needs to be really researched before we go forward with that.
Right. Yeah, they obviously have a water table issue in the San Luis Valley that is different than the interstate issue, but perhaps somewhat related.
With the board's permission, I'd like to open it up to any public comment. We've got some folks here in the room and some folks online. So if you're online and would like to make a comment, raise your hand, and any of you gentlemen here in the room, and if you'd like to add to the discussion, we'd like to hear from you. Yes.
I'm Jim Plumoff, the General Counsel of Bangor Pirate Valley Water Users. We've got two members of my board who are sort of sharing a task force position, and certainly we'd like to stay in touch with you all. I think we're fairly aligned in terms of the concerns that we have. I think from the standpoint of my two board members, I think they're kind of going into this trying to figure out, are we playing defense, are we playing offense, or are we just, what are we doing? And so that's sort of where the mindset of the two board members I have are, but certainly love to stay in touch with Andy and Peter and whoever else on the board, kind of what our task force member is up to and thinking. So that's all.
Thank you. And Larry, I don't know if I don't think all of our board members know you guys. And so I wonder if you don't mind introducing yourselves. I just think it would be helpful. And then I wanted to just touch on our conversation last week with folks down in the Grand Valley. But I think it would be helpful for everybody, whether you have comments or not, it'd be helpful. Everybody know who we are.
Well, Andy and I had a discussion. It didn't start off well.
Will you introduce yourself?
I'm Larry Cleaver. I'm the general manager of U-Water.
Thank you.
Congratulations. We had a discussion. It didn't start off too well. Our concerns were the Grand Valley wasn't represented. We're the biggest diverter on the river. And to Andy's credit, he went back and worked on that. And through some adjustments, we got somebody in the Grand Valley that was appointed to the task force. The bad thing is she's from Florida. Been there 5 years, doesn't know a damn thing about the river, but she is from the Grand Valley. We're really interested in what happens because we're the ones who can suffer, us and the Uncompadre. And we're not happy with that. The East Slope has to pay. They have, if we give 30% water, they got to give 30%. And we got to stick to that. And that's really important. Or we're going to have a revolution down in the valley. Our people are just
really concerned. And we felt really good when the initial legislation came out and it was, we at least had a majority on the western slope. And then they played politics and added a few of theirs and, but we're outvoted. We know that. Part of it's gonna be defense. I'm sorry. We're gonna have to play defense. We're gonna have to all be together to do it. When they hold a meeting, we need to be there. We will be there. We'll have somebody at every one of those meetings. Now, will we always bring 2 or 3 people? I don't know. But we're gonna be very vocal. We're gonna also fight on the whole concept of Lake Powell's releases to me. They're approaching 7.5 million acre feet real soon. The day that happens, we're gonna go to war. We're gonna hit the press and say, we gave them 7.5 and they've really got 9.5 or so. With the other inflow to me, that's it, close the gate. We know we won't get that, but we're gonna stink it up. I'd like some help. Because it's gonna be, I'm gonna start it. And we gotta fight. I mean, for the last 20-some years, it's been fairly nice between the east slope and the west slope. When this bill passed the way it did, that was round 1 of the next World War in Colorado over water. And we got to fight.
Thank you, Larry. I appreciate that. Larry and I did have a rocky conversation, but I think came down, Zane and I, Peter, what's it Peter? Peter and I and Amy went down and met with not only the Butte Water, but a number of the other entities in the Grand Valley. And talked about this and other projects that we have going on. And one of the commitments that I've made and will keep, I'm glad that you guys will be at those meetings, but I also want to have meetings with the Grand Valley entities in between those meetings to make sure that we are carrying back the information that we need. Hopeful that Darius Judden from the Uncompahgre will be able to join me in those meetings and we will find others. Kathy is our chair of that committee, not a voting member anymore, unfortunately, but hopefully Kathy will be able to also do that. I think that feedback loop and that participation is absolutely critical. And I want to be real clear about that we're not doing that because you're twisting our arm. We're doing that because it's important. And we agree with you that one of the underlying principles of this whole discussion for years at the River District has been wet water in a program like this has to come out of all sectors of use, all geographic entities or areas that use Colorado River water. It is not water just coming out the west slope. And we will continue to push on that. And our board's guidance on this is that proportionality is dictated by the percentage of post-compact use of those regions. And that's a very significant issue when you look at where that post-compact use is utilized. So because that, and just to be clear, that's what drives any compact risk is the post-compact use of water. It's not the pre-compact use of water that drives that. So how and where does that come from is very critical. And so Larry, we agree, and thank you for coming here and talking. And Dave, and I apologize, I don't know the third guy. Dave Payne is here, and I'm
Scott Olson, he's my finance director.
Excellent.
He came to talk to your finance people and see your audit presentation.
All right.
We lost our auditors.
Okay. All right. Well, good. Well, thank you for coming. Sorry, Scott, that I didn't recognize it. But and Dave Payne is one of the assistant general managers and an incredible advocate for youth as well. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you for being here. Anyone online would like to weigh in? And I think Andy's last point is really good and applies to all of the other interests in the River District as well, that we will be checking in on a regular basis with folks to make sure that everybody's as involved as they want to be.
At a minimum, the Gunnison Basin Roundtable made it clear that at a minimum, we'll be checking in with them at their roundtable meetings. But that's I think a minimal, and I would commit to doing that in Yampa as well. So, or Yampa White Creek, excuse me.
Director Mung.
So just real quickly, I think it's gonna be critical that you guys can figure out how we can get that information back to us. And so that we can be the shepherd of that back to Art. I mean, so we earn our keep too, and so figure out how we can be that communication tool. This whole thing has gotten legs and arms that turned into, you know, who knows what you want to call it, but it's turned into something. So, and yet we know what legislation was going to do to us when we started down the path. So we're still a lot better off, we think. So I don't know, but I don't know, we don't, the devil's in what we don't know. So figure out how we can continue educating our people on our roundtable as well. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's a good comment to end on, I think. So,
Question.
go ahead.
Madam Chair, do we need to adopt these 7 principles plus Director Whitmore's addition?
Peter has a thought on that.
The board's decision completely. My suggestion would be that I think we've gotten the direction from the board today because of the developing nature and the likely, as Larry Cleaver stated, you know, there's going to be a lot of stuff that we're going to have to react to and defend. We don't know what else might come up. We may have to come back and bring other points to you in the future as this process continues, but totally the board's decision.
Well, I'd kind of like to see it because it becomes a document that others can see. And I like to think that we've given this a lot deeper thought than maybe some of the other task force members and entities that are behind them might have given. And I think these are salient points that I think would be good for others to see.
Would you like to make a motion?
I will. I'll make a motion that we adopt those 7, including Director Whitmore's suggestion.
Number 8.
And I believe that motion is that those 7 principles are guiding in addition to our policies, strategic
Absolutely.
plan, and directions from the school.
Absolutely. Yeah.
All right, moved by Gray, second by Whitmore. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you for a great discussion and I feel like you have what you need.
We do, absolutely. I appreciate that very much. I might suggest a break
Okay.
before we go on to the
A
final
break
item.
before our morning session at 9.
Yeah, before we start up at 9 a.m.
All right, let's be back at 10:45 and we will. Post 2026 operational guidelines.
I think I can make this part of it brief, but certainly any questions that you have, I'd be happy to take here online, you know, at the meeting or offline. As I think you're aware, the Bureau put out a notice and NOI that they are commencing officially, finally, the renegotiation or reconsideration of the operational guidelines for the 2026 operational guidelines between Powell and Meade. Oftentimes, those are referred to as negotiations, right? In reality, it is the Bureau doing a rulemaking. Notice in the federal register. And so the Bureau is often, as is the case today, looking for a consensus alternative. And when they say consensus, they mean historically consensus of the 7 states in the basin. The definition of consensus currently is growing to be more inclusive. The Bureau in this notice included specific reference to outreach to the Native American tribes, something that had not been done in previous areas. There's also been lots of requests by other parties that the operational guidelines not be limited to the operation of the reservoirs, but perhaps, as I think we keep hearing some argument that the compact needs to be renegotiated, that the scope of this should be much larger in terms of operations. I think the Bureau is properly focused on the operation of the two major reservoirs. Keep in mind that the operation of the CRISP units, and that's so Lake Powell being the largest of them, inherently involves the operation of the other CRISP units. So Aspinall, Flaming Gorge, and Navajo are all tied into that, and they were built for the same purposes. They are part of, when you go back to why are we operating a coordinated reservoir operations? Well, 1968, Congress says that's how we're going to do it. And they laid out specifically a formula in there for guidelines that included the carrying capacity of the upper CRISP reservoirs. So whatever happens in terms of those operations will impact and reach up to at least those initial CRISP reservoirs. There's, a lot of nuance to that and a lot of concern in our state. So just maybe keep that in mind. Editorially, I would say, I think that the 07 guidelines from the upper basin perspective have been an abject failure, right? They have failed to protect our conserved, our consumptive rights. We wouldn't have had that long discussion about demand management as well as all the others we've had about these conserved consumptive use programs if those guidelines had been working properly and actually protected our consumptive use. So I don't see much in those guidelines that should be preserved. As I mentioned in my memo, there are some loud voices in the lower basin who are pushing for exactly that, which it should set off alarm bells for everybody as to why they're doing that. Well, they've gotten their water over the last 23 years. They may have driven the system into crisis doing it, but they got their water. So we've got to figure that out. Commissioner Mitchell is our state's lead negotiator, our sole negotiator with support from state offices and occasionally in this district and Southwestern and others. I think we need to help by trying to coordinate our comments with the state, but pushing our district's priorities and Western Slopes priorities. So our comments, well, we will try to coordinate them, may end up being different in the states. And I think that's something, Peter and I and we'll have to deal with. We feel like we have fairly good direction based on the work that we've done over the last several years, both as a staff and board, but also with our contractors, understanding different operational regimes that may work better than the current tiered structure. And so, we've seen a lot of gaming of that system. We even talked yesterday, I think DK referred to kind of whether we may get pushed up into the upper elevation balancing tier and see some additional large releases. On one hand, we don't like large releases out of Powell. On the other hand, it helps us with our 10-year running average, right? So as was asked yesterday, right? And so there's a lot of conflicting interests at stake, but it is in our minds critical that the new guidelines are focused on actual hydrology, how they operate those reservoirs and how they release water from those reservoirs should be based on actual, as near to current time hydrology as possible. You can't operate a system that large on a weekly, monthly basis, but you could operate it with hydrology being much more a factor than it has been. Today, it's the comparative levels of the reservoirs that drive releases, doesn't seem like that's gotten us in a good place. And it doesn't seem like it's worked for the Bureau's infrastructure, and that's their stake in this game is protecting their infrastructure. And so how do we help them understand that we're not asking for something that's just beneficial to us, it's also really important for the Bureau to maintain that critical infrastructure. But maybe before I move to the next item, I want to make sure, are there input questions, anything that you have for Peter and I on this subject?
I just have, if I could,
Yes.
Madam Chair, so I just have one. I mean, I wasn't around when we did the 2007. Did we participate, or did any of us participate, or did they do that in
I wasn't here either.
I was here and we did participate. You know, I agree with Andy that the 2007 interim guidelines have not been beneficial to the upper basin because they have driven large releases out of Lake Powell, which has created a infrastructure crisis. Same time, those large releases have meant that we've been well above any theoretical 10-year running average obligation on the compact on a legal basis, right? It's the same thing we were talking about with John Karen at the end of his presentation yesterday.
Yep.
You know, you store more water, you know, you're gonna, your 10-year running average is gonna get a little bit lower. If you keep your 10-year running average very high, you're gonna have lower storage levels. Unless, you know, we have certain years, some winners like the last one. In which case you can do both. You know, we were, that said, I would say that the guidelines operate as they were intended to operate. We didn't have the hydrology that we thought we would have. We didn't have, and we had some perhaps intentional, was, you know, with gaming of the system by the lower basin, which been referred to. And the interim guidelines, one problem with them is that they were susceptible to that, right? But DK talked yesterday about how if the storage level goes up even just a little bit at a certain, you know, by a certain date, then, yeah, if it goes above a set level, I forget the elevation level at Powell, that's going to drive an additional release of up to another 750,000 acre feet of just by going up a little bit. And so that, you know, that concept by having, you know, specific lines, I think is one that, you know, regardless of how the bigger picture issues get resolved, that's got to go. You got to have some sort of more rule curve. If the level goes up a little bit, the release might go up a little bit, but it doesn't just because you know, reach a certain elevation, it shouldn't trip the release up to by, you know, 750,000 acre feet. So long and short of it is, you know, the upper basin wouldn't have agreed to the upper guidelines in 2007 if they didn't think that they were going to be protective. And they did the best job, I think, that they thought they could do at the time. Snookered by the lower basin, I don't know the answer to that, but you know, it was done the way it was done.
So I have one more question quickly too, and again, hindsight's 2020. We all could see better if we'd been there or whatever. But you know, we still hear in this discussion that we're going to operate Powell and Meade as one. I mean, what the heck? I mean, so pretty soon we're going to be operating Blue Mesa and all the rest of them as one. So that, as far as I'm concerned, that negates the impact, the CRIS projects that Aspinall fought for and that we achieved in the first place. And I don't know, I just think that we're getting run over here.
Yeah, and you know, Doug, the conversations about operating them as one come from a number of areas, but I would say I don't know that there could be a scenario where the upper basin would benefit from that happening. In other words, okay, lower basin, to the extent, the upper Chris reservoirs, to the extent that they do provide water supply to upper basin water users, that needs to be protected. But otherwise, if the system, mainly Powell and Meade, are being operated as one in exchange for explicit recognition that there will never be a compact call or obligation triggered by the lack of delivery due to water not being there, either hydrologically speaking or from overuse in the lower basin, like, i.e. they do it to themselves, they overuse it and then it's not there, but they've signed an enforceable agreement that we don't have to reduce our use. That might be okay. I don't think that we're gonna see that agreement. But I just want to say that I could envision a way, it's similar to what some people call the grand bargain, right? Like, hey, there's a different concept of operating than perhaps we've envisioned before. I don't think we're going there, Doug, but that's the only way in which I could see that actually being acceptable to anybody. Thank you.
Director Catlin, do you have a comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I remember back when that 07 was brought in, there was great cheering and great celebration that California was going to be at their 4.4 million acre feet usage. I don't know if some of you remember that, but it's been a long time since that's all they've used. So, hopefully we can make some of those kind of things stick too, or maybe they don't apply anymore. But that was one of the things that our negotiators were bragging about when we were down there in Las Vegas that day, when they announced that they'd made this agreement. So, I don't know how things have changed, but evidently they have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
We'll move on to the last item in the general manager's report. This is a really preliminary discussion. I want to say, not asking for any kind of action other than perhaps direction as to what we bring back in September and what you want us to work on. So yeah, Ian, I was going to ask you to join. Great. There is a memo in your packet starting at 200 or 356 from Ian and myself. It is a greatly bizarre and uncertain time financially from most governmental districts who are funded by property tax. There's a lot going on. As you know, our general fund is funded almost, 98% by property tax. So it is essentially a property tax funded fund. And that's our governmental funds, which includes both or all three, the general fund, the CFP, and the capital fund. So those are property tax dependent. The enterprise is its own independent fund and different. So it's won't be impacted necessarily by this discussion. Just to set the picture, our board normally has a budget meeting in September in which we propose and discuss a proposed budget and get direction from this board. Ian goes back and sharpens his pencil a little bit and with direction from the board finalizes that budget, presents it in October. You guys vote on it and at the same time authorize the setting of the mill levy and we're off to the races. Can't do that this year. And the key being on the last day of the legislative session, our legislature thought it was a really great idea to pass a bill that also was created a referendum or a referred measure, Proposition HH. And I think you've all read about it. You've seen it, discussion in our memo. You know, it's, we think under our interpretation of the underlying statute that our voter approved mill levy from 2020 should be exempt from the biggest limitation presented by HH, and that is the cap that is an inflationary cap. You'll recall this district, as well as all other governments in our state, were governed from 1992 on by a Tabor cap, which was inflation plus local growth. In 2020, this board authorized a question of the ballot that, in addition to increasing the mill levy to 0.5 mils, also asked the voters if they would remove the Tabor cap. That was approved by 72% of our voters just 2.5 years ago, right? This HH, should it go in, potentially has that, reverses the local voters' intent on that. We think, and this was a result of some work by Zane and Peter to help clarify that point, when that legislation popped up at the end of the session. The language in the statute was improved upon, and we think, I mean, Zane, correct me if I'm wrong, but we think that it's clear that our voter approval removes us from that new proposed cap. We're not unanimous, there's not unanimous agreement in that. The Special Districts Association that we're a member of isn't sure that we're right. But when we talked to them in detail, we didn't think that they'd read the statute entirely clear, because I think they were looking at the original version. But nonetheless, we may have some arguments with some assessors and others. Hopefully they won't be court arguments, but there may be some arguments if HH passes. HH is a weird one because it's being billed as a reduction of property taxes. Because it also ratchets down the assessment ratios applied to most types of property. So therefore has the impact of lowering the assessed values of the property, and therefore has the impact of lowering taxes. It is, so it's being pitched by the governor and the legislators who voted for it and sponsored it as a property tax reduction. In the bill and in HH, there's also an increase in the amount of money the state is allowed to hold under its Tabor cap by 160 million a year. Is that right, Zane? So in many respects, it's a property, or not a property tax increase, it's a tax increase. And so, and it's really interesting from a progressive legislature perspective. It's a regressive measure. It awards those of us who own property by reducing our taxes, and it increases the tax burden on those who don't own property because they don't get their Tabor refunds in years that they're eligible for. So it's an interesting maneuver by a legislature that generally is progressive. So if you're a renter, your landlord will get the tax relief, but you will not get your Tabor refund that you otherwise would have. It's an interesting concept. In theory, I think people say, oh, they'll reduce their rent. And I'm not sure anybody's ever seen a landlord reduce their rent, at least not in the last 20 years in this state. So it's just an interesting measure, but the bottom line is it has a potential impact, negative impact on our revenue. I think our memo outlines what will happen to the revenue under HH, and this is our best guess. And I gotta say, I think I drove Ian nuts trying to get all this information. He had to contact all 15 assessors and try to convince them that it was okay to give them very preliminary numbers, and there were varying degrees of concern about what he was going to do with those numbers, and we're just trying to figure out how to best inform this board. But he did, and so there are in the memo basically the status quo if HH doesn't pass, and I want to say HH isn't the only issue out there, right? Proposition 21, which is a citizen initiative, may or may not be on the ballot. We think it's likely not to be on the ballot because they haven't been moving forward the way proponents need to move forward to get signatures and certification on the ballot. But that may be on this November's ballot, but then what's more likely, it seems, is that Proposition 50, which is a citizen initiative, will actually be on the ballot in 2024, and they've already filed it. Same group filed both, or same individuals, I should say, sponsored by the same group, filed these two citizen initiatives. And, 50 presents, and I just want to focus on it because I think it's more realistic than 21 at this point being on the ballot. It's a 4% cap on revenue for all property tax funded governments. There's no local voter relief valve where you can release that if the local voters want to actually pay their own money to their local government. There's no inflationary adjustment. So we may have inflation at 8%, or we may have inflation at 2%, or we might have inflation at 18%, like we did in the 80s. And the impact, the revenue at our district would be capped at 4%. Despite what our voters said in 2020, despite what our voters might say in the future in terms of what they would like to see the adjustments. I have no idea if Proposition 50 will occur or not, or will actually end up on the ballot, and if it does, if it will pass. HH is waiting, as we talked about, I think previously, is waiting for the Supreme Court to weigh in on whether or not it passes the single issue question. We are kind of surprised that the Supreme Court hasn't already ruled on that. So we're wondering what's going on there. It's a pretty significant issue. So the other alternative, and so there's status quo. This board could choose to do nothing, and HH would not pass. 21 doesn't come on the ballot. We don't know what happens with 50, but there's a status quo where our district, and the number is what, 4 point, how much?
For what?
For a projected revenue increase is about a 4 point.
Status quo.
4.2 million.
Yeah, 4.4. It's like a 46% increase.
So 4.4 million increase under HH. If our interpretation of us not being subject to the cap is correct, I believe that's 4.2.
42% increase.
42% increase. If and then the question this board will have to grapple with is, hey, do we is that revenue something that's necessary for the board to achieve its purposes for this district? Are there reasons this district should retain that revenue that are supported by our voters and our taxpayers, and therefore we should retain it? If the board says yes, then you don't actually have to do anything. If the board says, no, you know what, it's better off in the taxpayer's pocket, even though we think we have these projects that are worthwhile, this board could enact a temporary mill levy credit, which this board, for those of you who were on it before 2020, you'll remember we used to do that to stay under the Tabor revenue credit. That maneuvering has now explicitly become lawful in the state. It was previously done by most governments, but it wasn't explicitly allowed by statute. It is now explicitly allowed by statute. So we have that ability to institute that temporary mill levy credit or tax credit. And we could do that. And I want to acknowledge publicly that there are calls to do that by Garfield County commissioners and others within our district to be sensitive to and respectful of the taxpayers. So I think the question going forward for the board is, is an adjustment warranted to the mill levy? Again, you may not want to make that call until after the November election, but is it warranted at what reduction is warranted? Is is it all the way completely down to the existing revenue that was here this year? Or is it, do we do it at some kind of inflationary plus local growth cap similar to what Tabor did? I say in the memo that certain property tax funded districts like Colorado Mountain College is announced its intent, but not finally acted by any means on their intention to reduce their mill levy to about an 8% increase so that it reflects that Tabor cap rather than the HH. It's, it's confusing, but I do want to point out there's this weird, if you remember under Tabor, there was a ratcheting down effect where your mill levy would go down and then all of a sudden it would grow and your growth would be limited by that. If this board chooses, and I'm trying just to lay out the facts, but if not make an argument, which is sometimes hard for me. But there's a scenario where this board says in November after the election, hey, HH failed or HH passed either way, but we're going to reduce our mill levy. We're going to bring it down to 0.3 mils because that's where we end up at a flat revenue, and we think that's the right thing to do. Well, then come around next year and Proposition 50 passes. We will be locked in at that revenue plus 3% or 4%, I think is the 50 cap, plus 4%, rather than the allowable revenue this year. And so it's an interesting, we want to be fiscally conservative. We want to be very respectful of our taxpayers. We want to make sure what we do is in fact the taxpayers' desire and will and pay attention to that. But it is confusing. And so I'm sure I just made this muddier than I meant to.
And I think that when I look at all this, and I have read through your confusing memo on this, I think in general, we have to wait till November and on two questions. One is what we're going to do with the tax rate, and then also on what we're going to do with, how we're the proposal HH, if we're going to take a position on it. I think that's would be my recommendation to do those two things and wait till the later meeting to make it.
I think that's.
And we also have our big potential project that we don't know about right now as well. Director Haas?
Yeah, thank you. It is confusing, and I'm sure it's going to get more confusing as we hear more and more in the media. I just had some questions about, and thank you all for putting this together. It definitely helped. How will this work with counties? Director McGinnis mentioned yesterday that Mesa County was already working on figuring out what they were going to do. And I guess the specific question might be, are we completely independent from each of the counties in their decision to, if the counties decide they want to reduce their mill levy to give taxpayer breaks, are we swept up in that county by county, or are we separate from that?
Excellent question, Taylor. We are separate from that. We are our own taxing entity with separate taxing authority. So this board controls and sets its mill levy. County commissioners control and set their mill levy. School boards control and set their mill levy.
And the counties do certify mill levies from all districts, but they don't have the ability to change those.
Okay, and then if I
hang on, Director McGinnis, we've still got another comment here. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Just two more questions. So I did ask Andy this, but I'm going to ask it again so it's helpful maybe to others. Is it sounds like we can do a split reduction, like we don't have to we can pick our reduction of how much we reduce our mill levy. So we don't have to go 100% or bring it back down. We can kind of pick our number if we need to. That's correct.
Correct. Absolutely correct.
Okay. Okay. Third question is this feels like, I mean, my understanding of how this all came about politically is, been brewing. I think people knew it was coming, but then the legislature didn't do anything till the very last minute. I can't ever quite tell, is this just because property rates have risen so much, or is this the end of Gallagher? Like anyway, it doesn't really matter too much about why it happened, but I guess my question is this for sure, then is the next year gonna decide our path, or is this gonna be an evolving thing for maybe several years to come? Are there other potential options that the state is working on? I just don't want to get so far, spend all this energy trying to figure out a path and then have the state come in and be like, oh yeah, we got this figured out. We're gonna fix this.
Well, Taylor, if I can answer that, I would say, it will, in my best guess, be an evolving situation, right? And we don't know where that evolution will take the state or local governments. But I feel like I have an obligation to provide alternative pathways and map them for this board to make a decision based on the current state of the law and the current, like, most likely future state of the law that we can see in the future. But we could go through this exercise and watch HH fail and Proposition 21 and 50 not make the ballot for some reason. And then the legislature take a completely different turn on property tax that we would then have to participate. Hopefully we'd have an opportunity to meaningfully participate in the dialogue, unlike we did this year, but like have an actual dialogue with all of the stakeholders. And maybe we'll have a resolution that works for us and for a majority of other folks that in the stakeholder community, which when I say stakeholder community, it's all of the taxpayers and all of the districts provide services to the taxpayers, right? So, how do you get to that point? It's going to take a while. I mean, I don't think it was great governance for the legislature to pop this out in the last week of the session and do it without a robust dialogue. That's,
Really?
Well, and I guess that's my question is, and I totally agree. I think this is very prudent to look ahead, try to anticipate, make the best decisions we can with the information we have. I just wonder, this seems like it is such a mess that is there an effort or a push, or should we be part of a push to help get a more meaningful and more thoughtful solution on the table? Is that even being discussed by anybody?
I think it is. I think there was actually a coalition of special districts working with the governor's office and the legislative leadership. The special districts who were involved in that felt at least, and they have publicly stated that they were pushed. They were boxed out of the final discussions about HH, and that popped up without actually being consulted. And so, I think we should be part of trying to figure this solution out. I think unfortunately, that discussion, in order for it to be productive, is probably going to have to wait till after HH gets either an up or a down. That's my take on it, but I welcome others' insight on it.
Got Director McGinnis and then Director Munger.
Thank you. Well, just an add on Mesa County. So we're not bound by what the county's decided. In Mesa County, I think there's about 62 districts and they're all independent. So Mesa County is kind of lead by example, but it's really not going to have, because I suspect a lot of those districts will not lower their mill levy. So that's what that is. My perception of what happened here is that you had Gallagher go out at the same time in combinations. These two came together when you've had the highest increase in property valuation, I would suppose, in decades, percentage wise. And it meshed together. And then unfortunately, some elected officials who despise Tabor saw this opportunity. So H&H is not a proportionate switch. H&H does give a refund on property tax, but it has a long-term dilution to Tabor. And the last numbers I saw, and maybe then you can update it. So this was out of I think the Colorado Springs Gazette. It's about $350 million property benefit, but Tabor was couple or 3 billion. So there's going to be a very concentrated effort, I think, in opposition to HH. That'll happen. And then the final thing I'd like to say is that while it's hard statewide to do some meaningful planning, I think what Andy has done with this memo is lay it out for us internally. And I think our options are pretty clear in there, especially when we consider other projects into the future. And it's kind of like we didn't count, or government didn't count on the money that the federal government released because of the COVID thing, but it did enable some things to occur. And I think that's where our decision will be, not so much what the statewide, how they're going to handle it, but internally, what's our responsibility to our taxpayers as far as thoughtful expenditure of the money, but also to our taxpayers to protect the water resources and carry out our mission, which is not constantly, you know, I don't know, I run into some people that think our mission should be cut our budget to zero and a race to the bottom. When in fact, our obligation is to look to the future with water. So I think we're doing exactly what was brought up. So I commend the memo, and I think the memo outlines some different options that we can have. And we may have to consider it sooner than later if something happened to occur.
And I wanted to offer to all the directors, you know, county commissioners or your other constituents have, you know, varied perspectives and thoughts about it. And if it would be helpful at any time to have me or Zane or Ian or some combination of us come meet, we're happy to do that. And I just, you know, there are high priorities for this district that are expensive. There is, as you know, based on the polling, tremendous support for our key priorities in this district. And it wasn't just in 2020, but when we did polling in December of this past year, some of the highest numbers we've ever seen. And so just keeping that in mind, you know, because you can hear from some people, well, the will of the voters is that you, Scott, as you just referred to, drive your budget to zero. Actually, the will of our voters has never been that, and not in the district and not for our particular mission. And other governments may have different issues, but at least with this district, that has been incredibly strong support over the years. So I just say that because I wanted to get this conversation out here because you're going to hear from your county commissioners. And I wanted you to have the information and have a resource and staff if you need it. That's really one reason. The other reason is if you think I'm leaving something out, if Ian and I are not focused on, or you need us to develop thoughts more before September, we're happy to do. And I just wanted to make sure that we didn't wait till September and surprise you and then not have the information you need to make a decision or direction for us.
If I can add one other thing to your comment. So in meeting with the commissions, for example, Mesa County commissioners, and I think a meeting with them would be very helpful. We're not going into that meeting with the intent of saying, county commissioners, you're wrong. You should, you know, say everybody across the board should lower their mill levy. So we're not going in there to try and change county commission's perspective. We're just going to try and go in there and say, look, we're not arguing with you on it, but for ours, when you customize each of our districts, which is what they should do, when you customize ours, there are other options. I think we have a fiduciary duty to consider. So we're just not automatically going to say reduce the mill until we look at the other options. I think we have a fiduciary duty to do that. I do. Thank you.
Great, Director Munger.
So I don't think we have an all or nothing here, and I think we need to come up with our thoughts and plans, and that's what we're here today to have this conversation. I think we need to capture every bit of 7A money. We need to capture our project money, every bit of it, because nothing is going to happen to those things, but they're going up. So I think we ought to do that, but at the same point in time, we can't be drunken sailors out here and just spend all of the rest of the money that's going to be coming into our general fund that we would not have been there, had not had the increase in valuations and the rest based on the conversations that Director McGinnis just had. I mean, we had COVID, we had everybody's bound up, we have this huge increase and we're running old people out of like us out of our houses. So I think there's gonna be, I think we need to come up with this concept before HH. And we need to have that discussion. The Upper Yampa, we went through the analysis. If HH passes, we have $2.6 million property tax right now. If HH passes, it's $1.3 million increase. If it doesn't pass, it's 1.3 million, because we're de-Bruced as well. It doesn't matter. So, but at the same point in time, do we need to spend money as drunken sailors and increase our staff by, 70 and triple our staff? So I think there's a reasonableness that, and especially we have a perfect opportunity to split it some by the monies that we're going to go into the improvement projects and the rest, and have that money go in there in whole. But then the rest of the money that we use to operate, we would adjust that down some so we could be fair to our taxpayers and be responsive to the intent of what they were trying to accomplish. I mean, this is terribly frustrating that we weren't involved. I mean, Zane was probably involved, but then they dropped the bill on the last week, and we're supposed to make comments in special districts and county commissioners. I mean, I've seen the memo that the CCI put out, and it really didn't say a heck of a lot. And it seemed like they were going to do something no matter what we said. So I don't know. I think there continues to be a lot of misinformation out there, and again, I'm fearful that we're running on fear factor, and even then, I mean, Summit County had 7,400 appeals. My county has 2,600 appeals for valuation. So we're not done here either. So I don't know. I hate to, but at the same point in time, I think we ought to plan as a concept of what we want to be as a responsible government. And you said it yesterday. I mean, we're not like Colorado Mountain College when we have a 0.5 mill levy. It isn't like it's 41 mills or something. So anyhow, my comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Director Munger. Yeah.
Just one quick question in regards to the position on HH. Would we do that at the September meeting? Because the October meeting would be too late. Ballots would possibly be out by then.
I would anticipate, you can take it whenever you want. I think it might be premature today because the Supreme Court hasn't ruled on HH. You could do it in September, or if for some reason you want to meet with us again between now and then, you're welcome to do that. And we actually might be meeting again because of the drought task force. So, I mean, there are maybe opportunities.
Historically, the board has taken time at the budget meeting if needed to develop positions or adopt a resolution related to statewide ballot measures.
I just have one thing. I just think we should just take our time a little bit, because I mean, this happens where, there's a huge reaction, the pendulum's turning, we gotta change this. Let's just let the dust settle and then make a wise decision. And maybe it's September, let's just take our time on this, because like you said, they could change and come out with another option later on that can impact us if we make the decision incorrectly. So.
All right. Any final comments on this discussion? Ian and Andy, thanks for laying it out. I suspect lots of people are going to steal the memo because it's very confusing.
It's a confusing situation, and hopefully, I mean, our job is to provide you information.
All right, next up is director updates and concerns. Stephanie is going to have lunch brought in here at noon, so we just grab a sandwich and finish up our agenda. So let's see, we'll start at this side because I know Director Curry has to. So, Maureen, do you want to start?
Sure, happy to. Even though everybody's thinking it's really hot and dry at the moment, until mid-June, we still had pretty cool weather, and snow kept falling in the mountains. So I wasn't sure we were ever going to have summer. But obviously we've had really good snowpack in our area this year. They just finally got the last Jeep trails open after July 4th, which is really unusual, and I'm not sure the same outside even is open yet. So we're seeing a lot of water. Ridgeway is full. There haven't been, there's no call. And so honestly, things are looking good where we are, but of course, you never know what tomorrow brings for next month. But other than that, I was glad to see in the packet a project from Uray County that we will be considering here shortly. And so that's really good.
Oh, thank you. I would echo what Marty, Director Whitmore just said. We're in good shape in Genesee County, and as you know, Blue Mesa. I don't think it quite filled, technically speaking, but it looks darn good. Our tourism numbers are down though, which is okay with me, but not other people. And it's our lodging numbers are down, and I think because of what happened with the low lake levels, folks decided not to try to come back and didn't. That's what the local people are saying is, so this actually had a multi-year impact, draining the lake down, closing the marinas, causing algae bloom, toxic algae blooms, no swimming, no boating, no windsurfing, no wakeboarding, all that stuff that happened last year. And it kind of, I think people went a different direction on their recreation for flat water. But otherwise, the rivers ran good, ditches are good. We're all trying to put our hay up. So of course now it's going to rain because we're mowing. But otherwise, that's kind of what people are talking about.
Director Rober.
Delta County, like everyone in the room, we had a great water year. Personally, on our little tributary, Minnesota Creek, just went on the call 2 days ago, which is as late as I ever know of. Usually it's, I think the average is probably the 25th of June when this call usually goes on. So we had a good run of water. Reservoirs are full. So, we're in good shape that way. Crops look good, everything. We are starting to dry out. I think there may be some concern about fire danger because a lot of that lower country did grow a lot of annuals this year, and now they're starting to turn brown. So lightning strikes are a possibility. As far as anything else, I did get contacted a little bit about we talked about it before, but the equity distribution among counties. There seems to be a lot of interest in Delta County and need. I know at least 4 ditches on the North Fork River that head gates got damaged this spring. So you can be expecting that there will be some projects coming forward. But overall, we're happy.
Can I, real quickly, Kathleen left something out, which I wanted to just mention. Kathleen, I happen to have the pleasure of being present when Kathleen was honored by the Gunnison County Stock Growers Association with a Lifetime Achievement Award.
Wow.
It's because of wolves, not water.
You bring them into Gunnison? Oh, yeah. Congratulations.
I need to
Director Gray.
Yeah, I don't have too much that's new. All that's been said, it's good to hear and all that. There has been, and I would say that the grocery store conversations in my community is more focused on inflation and what it costs to live. And I think, I was gonna say, well, I'll just add that to our past, last discussion is that people are struggling, the wage earners are going, man, I don't know. And of course, in our community, we have this big, huge cloud hanging over our head with power plants closing and so on too. We kind of put our head in the sand because it hasn't happened yet, but it's still there. And I guess that's probably it. The only thing I'd say, I remember when Tabor passed, it was on the ballot a couple of years before it passed. And what it was, and I voted for it because we were sitting there saying, look, government's growing by these exponential amounts and I'm not, and I'm having a hard time. I think we need to pick legislation or referendums if one comes up, or even be a proponent of one that fits. Because unless this changes dramatically, something will pass because of that grocery store conversation. That's, what are you telling me that you're going up 50% in your revenue and my wages, I got a 2% raise or whatever. So I think we should proactively say what works. And, in retrospect, had we still been under Tabor, we'd probably be getting about an 18% increase with inflation and growth. And that would be pretty good. So we might be back with some kind of revenue limitation, but HH is a terrible thing. And the other two proposals are no better. So we should pick something that works for us, but I know that's not about Moffett County, but it's sort of related to what I hear in my community and probably what I think as well.
Thank you. Director Munger.
So echo what Director Gray said. I mean, yeah, we're drying out. Huge snowfalls, halfway collapsed the building for me. Tough cabin season, that's all the way around. I don't know, I'm just tired of being angry about things. So trying to get better, trying to have a positive attitude. So and then when we talk about the power plant, man, I tell you what, it's tough to be in the planning business when we're having so many variables changing on us all the time. I mean, I think about my commissioner job back when and man, I don't know how you plan for that stuff now. And it's just making it tougher and tougher all the time. So yeah, I don't know. Now with the hay and thing, we had and then it just dried out so fast. Soil moisture just went tanked, and we were doing good, and then soil moisture tanked, and we had good runoff for a month, and now the river is just flat dropping, just like it collapsing upon itself. So now we're having algae problems, and we're having temperature problems in the river and the rest, and that's after a huge winter snowfall. So I don't know, I just wish we could start getting back into some equilibrium here, Mother Nature wise. And I'm not so much a climate change activist. I do think things are changing, but I'm not sure how much we are involved cause of it. So, but I don't know, we need to keep dealing with what we're dealing and deal with the cards that we get dealt. So I'm just trying to keep a hold of things. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Director Munger. Let's hop online while we're going around the room, and Director Catlin, are you available?
I'm here.
Hey, what's going on? Montrose County.
Montrose County, I think there's a lot of smiles going around in my country because people are running water. They've got enough water to get across to everything. The temperature has been good for corn. Things are looking really good in Montrose County. Ditches are full, like I said. I think people are looking forward to a good harvest. I think things are going to be real good for the local ag. Our cowmen and all seem to be happy. They told me they never had so much water in the high country. Things are looking good for us. I think some of the same concerns are being held in Montrose County in regards to the climate of the state, not the physical climate, but the political climate. Everybody is up in the air over everything. And it is hard to have a conversation with people that they don't have some problem with something. And, that's kind of up to us as the folks around the community trying to help people understand those kind of things, I do appreciate us going over this HH for us in regards to the river district. I've got my concerns about that. I'm not in favor of it at all. And coupled along with II, leveling down the people that, you know, taking some of your refund and giving it to others. I don't think we were set up that way. But anyway, that's a completely different issue. As far as water is concerned, in the Uncompahgre Valley, we're doing well. There's reservoirs up above us that are full. Ditches are full. Things look good. So that's all I've got. Thank you.
Thanks, Director Catlin. Director Haas.
Yeah, thank you. In terms of water in Summit County, we did see Green Mountain Reservoir fill for the first time in a long time. So that was good. And Dillon filled and spilled kind of unexpectedly. Nobody really thought that was going to happen. So I think that wet June did help a lot. But as some other folks have mentioned, we haven't seen rain in a long time, with the exception of a sprinkle here and there. And so we've had this incredible growth. And now definitely people are starting to worry more and more about wildfires. We had a wildfire already not last Sunday, but the Sunday before, from a campfire that got loose and fortunately was put out. But it just is a good reminder of how quickly things can turn. And then I guess from a kind of community standpoint and water and growth standpoint, you know, I don't know if anybody's driven through Silverthorne or Dillon lately, but things are going crazy here with growth and just so much, you know, condos and everything else. And yet we still face this incredible challenge of finding places for workers to live. So finding housing for people who are actually fueling the community is just becoming more and more of a challenge, and one that is taking up a lot of the community's time. But I'm curious about it from a water perspective, and how does that play out in these communities where you might have a 30,000 permanent population and a 180,000 bed base. It just starts to get pretty wonky pretty fast. And then some other people have mentioned this, but I guess I definitely personally am thinking a lot about the both political and weather climate extremes we're seeing. It just feels really unstable now from a weather perspective, like it's a zero-sum game. Either we're getting rain and California's getting atmospheric rivers, or we're parched and Vermont is getting just drenched, or wherever. It just feels like the system is incredibly unstable. And how do we, again, plan for that resilience to live through these extremes? And how do we I know the word resilient gets used and overused, but I think that is what we've got to be striving for, but it's not obvious how we do that. And then, like Director Catlin said, the political climate is also incredibly unstable, and it does feel like there's a lot of fear right now. And I am concerned for the district, just the state of our relationships. I don't want to sound like a broken record. I know I said it yesterday. I am continue to be concerned about our relationships, and things are just gonna get harder. So just how we pick our battles and expend our energy, because there's just almost just too much to try to manage.
Thanks, Director Haas. Good comments. Hey, Director McGinnis.
Well, if you have a great big fire, all of a sudden people start paying attention to fire departments. Same thing here. We have a drought like we did, and what's going on, a lot of people are paying attention to the river district. So what you saw this morning with Larry Cleaver, and Larry did not bring his people up here to see how we do our finance, but I think that's what he said. But Larry's probably the most powerful water figure in Mesa County. Water is, help me, Andy, I think there's only one municipal water supplier like that. His board is appointed by the judges. But they're out of debt this year. It's probably the strongest financial organization we have in the county. And he's brilliant. But the point he brings up is, to me, kind of good news, because all of a sudden, the steering committee or advisory committee in the past wanted to draw much attention. And I can assure you that the appointment, by the way, that was made is from the city of Grand Junction, which also has its own powerful entity with water and that supplies water. And if it had been anybody else, the other groups, whether it's Grand Valley Water Users, Grand Valley Ditch, City of Grand Junction, they'd have been upset because they're excited, and they're excited to see the river district active. But sometimes, years ago, I was a cop, and when you show up at a domestic dispute, they turn on you, both sides turn on you. And so this morning, and it says, we're not the resolver of differences between these entities, and those entities down there are powerful entities because they have very senior water rights. Good news is they have a lot of what everybody wants. The bad news is they have what everybody wants. But so I'm pretty optimistic. I'm pleased to see they came today. Andy's gotten several calls. They had a meeting in Grand Junction. So that's good. I think the river district's getting a lot of attention. And I think it gives us an opportunity to prove our muster, which I think we're doing with our leadership. So I'm pretty optimistic, and I do hear people complaining about the heat. I remind them it is July in Grand Junction, and there's a lot of talk that goes on. It's kind of the equivalent of a wolf howling at the moon. I mean, we do have these kind of things. So I'm pretty optimistic, nothing negative to report. And I was pleased this morning that they showed up, and the others have contacted as well. So that's good.
Thank you. Dr. Hazard.
It was nice. We had lots of snow, lots of rain, and then we didn't. Saguache County is probably really close to drought right now. Our creek is nothing. It's so scary. We have a lot of campers. I don't know how the motels for their clients are, but our mountains are full of people, motorcycles and ATVs, whatever. And as dry as it is, we're in trouble. If there's a fire, it's gonna take quite a bit of everything. Everybody's talking about the reservoirs, and thank goodness, who would have thought Blue Mesa? I mean, the predictions were not there. And, everybody talks Blue Mesa. They talk our reservoirs, but Blue Mesa especially. So that's great. It's very scary also that the state has no concern that one area can dictate to the west slope, whether it's our water or everything, and it shouldn't be that way. I mean, the wolves we have, so congratulations, Kathleen, for fighting that battle. And again, we all want to see wildlife, so I don't think anybody's disputing that. But again, when the Front Range can dictate what animals come to see us, they can dictate who is affected by decreasing water, even though it starts here. I mean, it's getting to be a very gloomy situation for residents, and thankfully we have staff people that try to keep everything and the board members up where we need to be, because doom and gloom is that's not a way to run an organization. So thank you.
Dr. Beckley.
Being one of the last, just echo what everybody said. Water has been good in Garfield County this year. On a personal note, I tried to go up to the flat tops just north of Glenwood here in July, and I got stopped by snow at about 10,000 feet. So there's still a lot of snow up there, and the creeks are full here. So it's really good. I'm kind of anxious to get through the snow area and get higher in the flat tops, but that's just on a personal note. On our the River District Roadshow, I had some Lindsay was asked for by name to come give a presentation to the Garfield County Commissioners, and she came and did a great job. So I'm really happy for her and for the River District did such a great presentation that they were asked for in person to come give a presentation. Thank Lindsay for that. That's all I have.
Great. Director Richard.
I pretty much echo what everyone said, but I would like to thank the River District and the staff that came up for the State of the River. It was very well received again, and you guys did an excellent job. Truly appreciate that. I did think it was a nice gesture to include one of our commissioners as part of that. Gave him an opportunity to have a chance to say some stuff in terms of water and everything. And I thought that was very important. And I don't know who did that, but I would like to thank you for putting that together. So I think that brought some goodwill and it'll help us on some other things. So the other thing, East Troublesome Fire, being downstream from that, we've seen a lot of the ash coming down. But this spring, the earth's healing itself. We didn't see that ash, and if it was very fine. And so we're starting to see that process already. Willow Creek was not as dirty. The Colorado was not as dirty. So unless we have a major rain event this summer, you guys hopefully down here will stay clean. A lot of that last year when we came down, a lot of that was coming from these Troublesome Fire, unfortunately. And then going back right there on the Eagle County, Grand County line, there was a major downpour there that added more mud to the river. But for the most part, I think we're starting to see that process of the healing, and that's all positive and everything. So.
Okay, thank you. I'll finish up. We were at normal snowpack and runoff this year, but since we've been so low the last few, it seemed like a lot, but very, very dry up there. We put a lot of investment into wildland fire cooperatives throughout the county. They're doing a lot of mitigation work. So fingers crossed that if we get lightning strike, it won't take off with that. Related to what Director Curry said, our sales tax was down for the first time in 26 months. And we think that's due to lower occupancy in the town of Vail. People are okay with that. It is a little nicer not to have such a frenzy of visitation, but it does seem to be returning to more of pre-COVID levels as far as tourism. And the only other thing of note, I think, is that we are starting planning on the Dow Junction parcel, which is the State Land Board parcel. It was Senate Bill 1 this year to use that parcel for affordable housing. It is really bringing to light water issues because where's the water going to come from? Eagle River Water and Sand is using Eagle County's water to provide water for that development, but it has made the community really aware that there is a limited amount, and if the water goes for that, it means it's not available elsewhere. So that's a good thing, I think, to really connect growth and planning with water supply. That's it for me. We have, I'm guessing, about an hour left on the agenda.
Yeah.
Maybe an hour and a half, or who needs, I know Director Curry has to take off. Who else has a timeline that they have to leave? Anyone?
With just Director Curry, we are expecting sandwiches in a minute, so feel free to throw one, or if you don't want to wait, go. But
I might do that.
we do want to feed you if possible, so we won't be offended.
Yes. So yeah, thank you for your patience and perseverance and sticking around. We've had some good discussions that I think we needed to have. So Andy, do you want, should we start with that, or should we do policy discussion?
I think we should go on with the
Just start
community
with-
funding partnerships
Okay.
and Melissa and Amy. You want to mention, I think we had let you know this before, but Melissa has been promoted to our community funding partnership manager, which is part of our strategy to have Amy, well, first of all, Melissa's fantastic and have her expand her role here. It's really great. But also to have Amy as our Director of Strategic Partnerships really help me and Zane and Peter and others out with our policy work, both inside the state and on interstate issues. So really been a helpful, given all that's going on. I'd say this team sitting down in front of you is one of our really shining teams. We have a lot of them, but they're awesome. So, and Amy's still working closely with Melissa on this, but Melissa's taking on more.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. I will go ahead and kick things off while we get slides up. But I do want to say, echo a little bit, Director Munger, what you had mentioned earlier of really focusing on how we support projects and long-term efficiency gains. And that's certainly a major focus of mine and Melissa's and the community funding partnerships to really use these funds from 7A wisely and really impact projects that make systemic change. So it's certainly one of the smaller agenda items at time, but a big focus of ours at the staff level of really how do we help support projects. So we do have 2 action items today, and I'm going to briefly touch on just a few of the informational items that are in your memo. The first being that with the community funding partnership, we're very focused on how do we use our funding to attract larger scale dollars at the federal or state level to make a larger impact on the West Slope. And one of those opportunities has been a recent funding announcement from the Bureau of Reclamation with the Salinity Control Program. It's about a 30 to 40 million opportunity through the federal level, looking at projects that can provide water quality benefits for salinity impacts in the Colorado River Basin. It's traditionally been used to convert unlined canals and ditches into pipe across the upper basin states. So it's a significant opportunity. And at the community funding partnership, we've been looking at how can we best leverage some of those dollars to Colorado's western slope. So we did come out with the criteria and guidelines for projects that may be looking for some match funding from other sources to make their applications more competitive during this funding round. So we're continuing to work with projects that may be applying there. We did have a deadline of July 15th, but we're still working with a lot of projects. What we found is that there was a 2019 salinity control funding round, and a lot of those projects are still trying to get to the finish line due to COVID impacts, pipe increases, supply chain issues. And so working closely with those on our tech team to really strategize of how do we get these 2019 projects finished while looking potentially at the next round of projects given this funding opportunity. So we will potentially bring any projects forward at the finance committee for this sort of special opportunity that we're working with the community funding partnership on. But I really wanted to mention it that we're eyes wide open at the staff level of how do we capture federal dollars at whatever programmatic scale it might be. And it's a great example of really how we're trying to be mindful of having these opportunities and using our CFP dollars as creatively as possible. So more to come there as we continue to work with projects on this funding opportunity. And then the other informational piece that you'll see in your packet is an update on how we examine risk and how we have liability protections for these grants at various stages of our process, from application questions we ask, from our staff analysis, and then of course the contractual liability protections that we have with each grant award. So I won't go into detail there, but it's an example of how we're implementing the framework that the board adopted at the outset of this program and how we're really looking to examine risk using our legal staff and engineering team, which we do ask for their opinion on these projects, but it certainly doesn't constitute a formal legal opinion or engineering opinion. So we wanted to go into a little bit of detail as to how we work through that process while maintaining what we think are really strong liability protections as we make these funding awards and bring these recommendations to the board. So to be mindful of time, I'll pause there if there's any questions on the informational items, and then we'll move forward to the action items.
Any questions, Amy?
And I'll turn it over to Melissa. We'll walk through our action items.
Okay, so we have two projects for your consideration today that total $200,000, and both projects are very similar. They are a product of a partnership with a nonprofit and a ditch group to ultimately complete a multi-benefit project. And we'll dive into the first one. As we previously heard, it is located in Ouray County, and the project is it's called the Uncompahgre Multi-Benefit Project, and they actually came to us earlier for an accelerator grant, which we did approve under Andy's authority to apply for a Water Smart grant. So we have seen them before, but the overall overview is they are applying for $100,000 for the ultimate construction of the project. And this project is located about 4 miles west of Ouray, and they're looking to restore a 1 mile stretch of the Uncompahgre River. Now, the Uncompahgre River, where this is located, has a ditch connected to it called the Ward Ditch, and the Ward Water Group on the ditch has come to American Rivers and said, hey, we really need to improve our diversion, as well as it would be nice to provide some more benefit to the river downstream, because the ditch itself is a push-up dam and has caused a fair amount of issues downstream. It has over widened the channel to the point that the floodplain connection is no longer existent. Riparian areas are declining or really minimal in that area. Aquatic life obviously doesn't have a chance there for other reasons, but it certainly doesn't have a chance there to live because of the over widening of the channel and the reduced or the rising temperatures, et cetera. You name it, invasive species, plant and species have moved in. There's just a lot of issues that are happening downstream in conjunction with the diversion that's falling apart. So the project itself is about a $1.6 million project, with the majority to be funded by a potential Water Smart grant. And they are looking to stabilize the diversion using a lot of low-tech process restoration techniques across veins, vein arms, et cetera. Bank stabilization, they're going to remove some berms, as well as create some more boulder clusters and other opportunities for aquatic life. Ultimately, what they're hoping to have a product of is restoring about 31.6 acres of habitat and supporting this ditch in actually being able to divert the water it deserves, or it's righted to, and pipe about 5,600 feet of their ditch. You know, at the end of the day, this project, Amy and I have looked at pretty positively, because it's a product of not only strong collaboration, but it has strong multiple benefits, whether it's to the river itself, but also to the Ward Water Ditch Group. And so we are recommending a grant of $100,000 to the project, with the caveat that it has to be contingent on receiving their Water Smart grant, because that is the majority of the funding of the project.
Okay, so we have a recommendation for funding for $100,000. We have questions on the project, comments? Director McGinnis.
Yeah, so I support it. I think it's great. I just want to issue a word of caution in that it's an American Rivers project, or whatever their role is. And if you look at their website, American Rivers has a whole lot different agenda than I think is the River District. So they also have a very interesting diversity requirement, language. And their goal is to take 30 or 50,000 dams down. So when we partner up with them, I just want to make sure that there's no fine print placed in any kind of agreement with American Rivers that obligates us to any of their personnel matters, any of their diversity commitments, et cetera, because we have differing goals. And this is an organization that I have no doubt will be on the opposite side of us when we talk about storage dams and things like that. So I just want to proceed with caution. When they come up and ask us to hold their hands. And this is, I guess they're leading this, when they put it together. I was a little confused. I support what's happening and I think it's a good project, but just be cautious because in the long run, they're not a, in my opinion, they're not a cooperating partner with our goals.
Thanks, Director McGinnis. I think certainly our contractual obligations will not impact some of the cautionary pieces that you mentioned. And I do want to say, many of these large scale projects that are multi-million-dollar diversion upgrades with some river restoration components are really difficult for some of our water users to handle all of the varying project aspects to get them off the ground. And so we've seen a lot of benefit from partners like this. And for this project and the one that we'll talk about in a second with the Farmer's Ditch, to apply for the Bureau of Reclamation funds, which both of the projects have, the nonprofit entities have to have what's called a Category A partner, which is entities that have water and power delivery authority. So in both of these instances, the water user groups are very much partners in these projects. They're very much hand in hand working together on the very multi-benefit goals here. So I think in all of these partnerships, we really look for that strong support and the nexus where there's an equal partnership. But thank you for that.
And I get that. I'm just saying, watch out for exclusivity language or fine print. They're the lead here, as I understand. And that's where we run into those kind of problems. I don't object to if they're a partner in there and things like that. It's just a way of trying to draw you into. And then they utilize that later against us. So.
Well, and Director McGinnis, I appreciate your concern. I would just say that our contract, it is our contract form that's not American Rivers. And so I'm pretty sure Jason made sure that we don't have, we're not adopting any of our grantees policy statements or positions. And, American Rivers and us have done a lot of work together. We've also, as you predict in the future, in the past, we've been on the opposite sides of litigation, and we would anticipate that happening, and frankly have had some pretty upfront conversations with the leadership at American Rivers about that. But we do have, we have very different goals on one hand. On the other hand, some of our projects are overlapping with their interests, and we, as a river district, have always succeeded by finding allies where we can on certain things. But we are very careful to keep our mission very clear and prominent. So,
Thank you. Director Curry.
Thank you. So on page 373, the funding partners are described, and I just wanted to give you a quick update that the Gunnison Basin Roundtable did approve the $50,000 request. So even though it's shown as not committed, it is committed now. But that's the next line item on that table is important. It's the Water Supply Reserve Fund statewide account request of $235,000, and so that, the CWCB board will weigh in on that. So, but I just wanted to point out for everybody that we had a conversation at the roundtable about the availability of the statewide funds and how they are going to be depleted significantly. So as we look at these applications and hopefully they'll get their statewide account request approved, those dollars are going to be really hard to get in the future. They're estimating that statewide account, which was not replenished this year at the General Assembly, is going to go down to below $2 million for all of the basins. So we just have to always be mindful of the availability of those funds, the statewide funds, because when a roundtable approves their section, they're keeping track of how much they have in the account usually, and presumably we have the money available before we approve it. But I'm kind of getting a little nervous now about the statewide
And this is contingent upon those other funding. Director Whitmore?
I would like to move approval of this grant, subject to the contingent funds. But I would like to move for approval.
And the second,
I'll second it.
moved by Whitmore, second by Curry. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, passes unanimously.
Okay, number 2. This project is very similar, as I had mentioned. The West Slope Conservation Center is coming to us for a request of $100,000 for the Farmer's Ditch Improvement Project. And they have come to us in the past for an accelerator grant and did get approved for $45,000 to again apply for BOR Water Smart Environmental Water Resources Grant. And again, this is pending, so they're in a similar boat. But the Farmer's Ditch itself is one of the oldest ditches in the North Fork of the Gunnison. It's about 2 miles northeast of Paonia, and it serves about 97 ag shareholders. This ditch needs some love, for lack of a better word. They are looking to rehabilitate the existing diversion and therefore improve the health of the river. Currently, what they do in times of low flow is they put essentially it's kind of like a push-up dam across the entire stretch of the river, and therefore dries up a 1/4 mile of the North Fork of the Gunnison. And in addition to this, they have a leaky head gate, a crumbling turnback gate, and a ditch that is known for seepage. And so the Farmer's Ditch came to West Slope Conservation Center and said, how can we make this a project that is feasible? And they have really figured out a pretty interesting way of tackling it. They are gonna implement an Obermeyer gate, automate the head gate, obviously, the turnback gate, include some radar monitoring system, pipe 1,600 feet of the ditch, and then also do some river restoration, including a point bar and other boulder clusters, et cetera, to ensure that the river, again, can return to its original floodplain, et cetera. And as some of you may know, this ditch itself diversion itself is a bit dangerous, as we've heard some stories of Director Rober's past, in that the ditch has a big drop and some voids. And so it's also an inhibition to recreation and fish passage. And so ultimately, this project has about a $2.3 million cost on it. They are looking to fund the majority of it through a BOR Water Smart grant, as well as CWCB grant. And they did receive, again, a Gunnison Basin Roundtable grant recently, as well as some other private funders. They've done a great job at looking at a diversity of funding. This project itself is going to provide a water efficiency increase of about 30%, and really improve late season flows, lower the temperature of the river, improve fish passage, you name it, and advance the technology of this head gate so that it's not such a burden to the Farmer's Ditch itself. So at the end of the day, I'm kind of running through this quickly, but at the end of the day, we are recommending a full grant of $100,000 contingent on receiving the Water Smart grant, because this is such a great example of a multi-benefit project that not only supports the users of the Farmer's Ditch, but keeps the river wet in times of low flow.
An impressive list of partners.
Yes, lots of partners. This ditch has definitely been around for a while, which helps too.
And I'll just add, there's significant operation and maintenance benefits to a project like this. It's a real steep descent to get down
to this diversion upgrade, and piping that portion will certainly help with a lot of O and M needs for the farmer's ditch. So that's a significant benefit to this project of adding some more automation, of making the O and M much more easier for the ditch users.
Questions? Director Munger.
So 97 shareholders, I didn't see anything in here, how much CFS carried.
It's 33 CFS with, I think, 3 different priorities.
Wow, I figured it would be more than that, wow.
That's about 1,000 acres of ag.
Other comments, questions?
So I would move staff's recommendation, but I didn't see in here, was there any money coming from the state fund?
Yes,
So,
potentially.
so we need to make it contingent upon the Bureau of Rec money as well as the statewide fund monies. That would be my motion.
Motion from Munger to approve with contingent, second from Rober. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, looks like lunch is here, so if you want to.
I have a quick question if I could. This, so the roundtable was having a conversation, or the Upper Yampa was having a grant application for the city of Steamboat and the project that we had at the last meeting. Have they pulled that application?
So the city of Steamboat was not awarded their Bureau of Reclamation grant. So
Right.
we are working with them on
Plan
alternative
B?
pathways. Yep, a plan B.
Okay.
For that funding, certainly our funding was contingent on getting the full project scope accomplished. And so it's been interesting. I'm glad you brought that up, because we've been working with the Bureau of Reclamation as well on how do we make our projects in Western Slope, again, competitive when we're competing against other states, and they're really just looking at a per capita, or not even looking at a per capita, but an overall water use reduction. And so in that case, the city of Steamboat didn't score high enough compared to other communities in other states. And so we're working with the Bureau of Reclamation on how could they reapply potentially in a more competitive way, or how could we look at alternative sources with a more heavy lift from the city. So it's not pulled, it's essentially pending as we're working on some of those Plan B strategies. And so most of our contracts have a 3-year term of
Putting it to use.
putting it to use, exactly, so that we can work on some of these unforeseen issues that come up, whether it's a funding gap or material spike in costs, so that we can work with folks and have some flexibility while, we don't make any disbursements, of course, until all of the contingencies are met and the project's moving forward in a scope that was approved. So,
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Anything else for Amy and Melissa? Okay, thank you. Grab a sandwich as quickly as you can and come back to the table, and we'll do external affairs. All right, we're gonna get restarted, and we have Marielle and Lindsay. We're ready to go.
Okay, I will start and project loudly for
There you go.
the buffet as well. Per tradition, I will keep this calm side of external affairs very short and sweet. In our second quarter, obviously, State of the River season is the biggest effort for that quarter, and it was a great success. I just want to say that, thank our team, thank Lindsay and all the staff who prepped and joined us for this, as well as all of our directors who were able to be. We, between the end of March and the beginning of June, we did 9 events across our district. And we had about 1,000 people register for these events in total. And, you know, weather dependent, we lost about 100 in attrition to weather and other things in terms of final in-person attendance. So all in all, last year we did 11 events and reached about the same number of people. So we reached the same number of people essentially with fewer events this year, which just goes to show how much people are engaging with our events. I'd also like to thank our team and all the other multifaceted efforts that happen behind the scenes with River District staff to update our State of the River programs and presentations with the fast pace updates happening on the Big River this past year, and this past spring in particular. So there was a lot of moving pieces. There were a lot of things that news that was coming out very quickly. And so we remained nimble as a team to make sure that we gave our portions of those State of the River presentations, we were able to keep the most up-to-date information possible for our constituents, which seemed to be greatly appreciated. And towards the end, there was a few nice moments in both Grand and Summit counties. We had multiple levels of different elected officials and decision makers at those events. And I think our constituents really appreciated the opportunity to talk to everyone in between county commissioners up to Commissioner Mitchell and our state electeds as well. So that seemed to be of great importance to the folks in attendance there. Our media relations continue to develop and grow, especially as new journalists come on board. I would also like to thank Director McGinnis for joining us at the Ed Board meeting with the Grand Junction Sentinel, which we did in Q2. It's a very important relationship that we maintain, and so we can really appreciate you joining us for that. And then as we move ahead, we continue to work with the Community Funding Partnership team, finalizing our last few vignettes. On that front, working on various levels of communication and messaging packets. We have a lot coming up in the year ahead as far as very special and important campaigns. We talked a little bit with some of you last night just at what a crossroads we're at. There's a lot happening right now. It's a very exciting time to be in the position we are in at the district, and a lot of decisions are being made that could make or break a lot of what we see on the West Slope. And so it's a very important time to make sure that all of our staff and all of our board are together in our messaging and talking points. And so as we have given you some of those core messaging fact sheets in the past at past events, we will continue to update any special messaging fact sheets that pertain to these special campaigns and projects moving forward, and make sure everyone is on the same page. But if there are any gaps in messaging and topics that you as directors see or recognize, please let Lindsay or myself know, and we will make sure to update some messaging and talking points for the board on those fronts as you engage with your constituents and public. So we just want to thank you for that. Otherwise, moving forward and looking ahead, our annual RIP Water Seminar is scheduled, as you've heard, for September 22nd at Colorado Mesa University once more. We landed on the theme Wanted Durable Solutions on the Colorado River. As seems to be the theme for a lot of events across a lot of different organizations this year. People are seeing this year as a wonderful reprieve in terms of the water we've gotten, but we need to look ahead of long term and stop focusing on stopgap measures in the Big River context, especially as we look ahead and think about future generations in our water management decisions. And so that's why our team landed on the Durable Solutions Wanted for our seminar, and we're developing a program, the draft of which
right now is online. We just launched this week. People can register for our seminar now. So we will have marketing materials and narrative talking points and things sent out to the board as well, so you can share that with your network. And we can get an even bigger attendance than last year, which was very successful. So we look forward to working with all of you on that. And look forward to September's event. Lindsay, anything else to add? You got it. Oh, one more thing, sorry. There's been a lot of often very appropriate lauding of Lindsay's big efforts in the last few months. And I just wanted to let the board know that since this happened right after we sent our memo in, so it's not included in your packet, but Lindsay has received a promotion. She will now be the Deputy Director of Public Relations. So congrats.
All right.
Right,
Cool.
good.
And I will add that at the State of the River in Eagle County, it was competed with the final game of the hockey championship.
Sports events, I know.
But people came anyway and stayed, so that was great.
Well, thank you guys for your great work. Definitely appreciate it. I feel like you're doing a great job getting the word out there, and
Right, same states and federal affairs.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. I will be, I think, quick. Most of my primary focus, we've covered another agenda items for this board meeting on the state affairs side of things. I want to give a quick update on the legislative recap. The legislature adjourned on May 8th. I think you all are aware, as I am well aware, that it was a tough session. This is the most imbalanced by way of partisanship legislature. End up working the way that I think a lot of folks thought it might. The governor tried to leverage the sizable majorities in the House and Senate to push through his land use bill, which died an unceremonious death at the very last hours of the session. They were able to, through Senate action, pass the property tax measures that we've discussed previously. I would say, just in follow-up to some of the comments that Andy made earlier, the referred measure that created Proposition HH involved zero stakeholding. Through our industry association, or through our membership with the Special Districts Association, we had been monitoring the conversation on property tax. That bill came out of nowhere though. With 6 days left in the legislature, remember it takes 3 days to pass the bill. That bill was introduced at 10:30 p.m. one night and was in front of the Finance Committee the next morning at 8 a.m. I believe. So there was no interest in stakeholding. There was no interest in receiving comments. It was largely driven by a few key members of the Finance Committee and JBC. We have had some luck getting in and getting to the committee even on such a short timeline. We believe that we have some protection for the voter approved mill levy, but there will still be a lot more to come on that in the weeks and months to come. I did notice yesterday a Magellan poll was released that showed, and I can't remember what the total survey size was, but it showed, a neck and neck 50-50 split on support or oppose the bill. The interesting thing that I took from that Magellan poll was that when informed, beyond just a discussion of what it is by way of title and a reading of the referred measure language, the support for it dropped 13%. This is a constitutional amendment. It will require 55% of statewide voters to approve it. Obviously, this poll, there's still a lot that can happen between now and the 2023 ballot, but it does look to me like it may have an uphill battle ahead of it. I will knock on wood when I say I also noticed, and I'm sorry I didn't in on this earlier, but Initiative 50 has initiated signature gathering. We did that yesterday. That's an indication that Initiative 21 will not move forward. Advance Colorado, the conservative fiscal nonprofit that's pushing that, had both Initiative 21 proposed for the 2023 statewide ballot and Initiative 50 for the 2024 statewide ballot. They've chosen to put their eggs in the 2024 ballot measure basket. So beyond that, I did want to report, as I did in my written report for you, House Bill 1255, the regulation of local housing growth restrictions, which removes really targeted at the city of Boulder and their growth restriction there. But there are a number of mountain communities and counties that have assembled a informal working group to discuss what is next for the land use and 1255 implementation. We'll be participating in that, largely just a coalition of West Slope governments that were opposed to 1255 and the land use bill. We are hearing that the larger land use measure, which I said earlier failed in the waning hours of the session, is likely to come back they're likely to break that apart into 3, maybe 5 individual bills that they would say are probably smaller bite-sized chunks and pass that individually. We'll be monitoring that, keep hearing those. Not a lot more to mention on state affairs. I'm happy to answer questions. I think we've covered the drought task force and other issues previously.
Saying on state issues.
On to federal affairs. This was not included in your memo because it was not public at the time, or no announcements have been made by the Department of Interior. But we had known for some time that Assistant Secretary for Water and Science, Tanya Trujillo, had announced her resignation from the Biden administration. Her last day was Wednesday of last week, I believe. No news yet on who is likely to replace her. I will say it's a loss, at least for Upper Basin interests and for us at the district, because it was somebody at Interior that we had a clear line into, and we'll certainly be watching with interest who they replace that position with. My guess is, given the holdups on confirmations in the Senate, it will not be a quickly confirmed Assistant Secretary position. So we'll keep the board up to speed on that. Farm Bill negotiations, as outlined in your memo, have begun in earnest, but there's still a lot of questions related to the size of the Farm Bill package and whether the debt ceiling negotiations in the House may force a significant haircut for some of those titles. Luckily, the conservation title, which we're most interested in, is one of the least expensive titles. The nutrition title is really, it seems to be the focus of House Republicans, and they are seeking even deeper cuts than were, I guess, provided through the debt ceiling negotiations. When I wrote my memo for you, there had been very little legislative action. The debt ceiling had chewed up most of the time in the House. The Senate had been busy with federal judicial appointments, but last week there was announced a Senate Energy and Natural Resource Committee Water and Power Subcommittee hearing that gabbled in about 5 minutes ago. So I'll be leaving here when we adjourn to monitor that. On it, of importance to us, is Senate Bill 2247 from Senator Hickenlooper and Senator Romney, which would reauthorize the endangered fish recovery programs for the Upper Colorado River and the San Juan. I gave you a lengthy play-by-play in your memo as to how that came about. It really was impressive considering where different parties were 2-3 months ago, how quickly we were. When I say we, I mean really the water users representative, Tom Pitts, somebody who worked on this issue for decades. he was able to bring the Colorado delegation and others to a point of common agreement. We were unable to get a 15-year reauthorization, which had been requested by the program participants, the states, and had agreed to that with the Bureau. That is due to the rules of procedure in the House of Representatives currently limiting authorizations to no more than 7, or reauthorizations to no more than 7 years. So it's not as long as we had wanted, but I think we were able to navigate some landmines, and ultimately it appears as though both the House and Senate will be moving expeditiously to get that reauthorization in place. Representative Boebert has introduced a companion bill in the House, HR 4596, and has also introduced a companion bill, HR 4629. All of them largely aligned to the package that's been agreed to by the participants, the states, and the feds. We have a standing policy of support for these programs. I have no need for a motion from this board at the moment, but want to keep you in the loop on those and let you know that we will be actively supporting the reauthorization of those programs. Other bills of interest moving through the Senate. There's the Open ET bill, the Open Access to Evapotranspiration Data Act, which we've taken a look at in the past. There's a bill from Senator Wyden, which would establish a $300 million fund for the Bureau for largely recycling efficiency and dam safety projects in the Lower Basin, or Lower Basin and Pacific Northwest. And then there's one bill that is of concern. We had heard a little bit of it, murmuring about this term land repurposing coming out of California. And the senator from California, Mr. Padilla, has circulated a draft bill that would provide funding to the Bureau to provide 50-50 match for states to essentially take ag out of production. And the term is land repurposing. We've heard this buzzword circulating a bit. It is not demand management, it's not voluntary. Well, it is not temporary conservation. It appears to be an effort by the certain states, largely in the Lower Basin, to develop state programs that would be matched by federal funding to identify agricultural lands that come out of that will come permanently out of production. So that's an issue of concern, just because it kind of sets the stage for something that obviously we would want to protect against in Colorado and in the Upper Basin. We'll be monitoring that discussion and that bill as it develops. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions on the federal side, but not a lot more to add beyond what's in your memo.
Just a quick question. So what's the purpose of the repurposing? Are they trying to, what's the right?
The statements from Senator Padilla's office suggest that the state of California has identified X thousand number of acres that are going to need to come out of production in the coming years in order to continue to meet the water needs of Californians. The State House in California created a land repurposing program this last year, which really kind of set the dominoes in motion. Padilla is now running a federal program. And they're beyond that problem statement that I just outlined for you. They say they would like to take a strategic look at how they can do that, how they can take land permanently out of ag production without impacting, while avoiding some of the negative externalities that would clearly come with that kind of action. So they say they're trying to be smart and strategic about addressing this need to remove land from ag production in California.
Driven by water or housing, or?
I would say it's probably driven by all of the above, but water being the primary limiting factor. Obviously, we have no reason to believe that our Upper Basin or certainly our Colorado senators are supportive of the concept. But just seeing that kind of conversation occurring within the upper chamber in DC is concerning to me.
Did the administration have 80-20 concept?
I'm not familiar with 80-20, familiar with 30-by-30.
Okay, okay, the same, okay, I renamed it wrong then, so
Yeah.
I renamed it.
They did.
Any other questions, comments on the federal side of things? All right, next up then is our annual policy review discussion on Colorado River Compact.
This is your final policy for review this year. Members of the board will remember that at the last meeting, we had brought this in a closer to final form. There were some minor tweaks requested by members of the board to address the paragraph highlighted in yellow. This is page 334 of my packet, and Stephanie has it up on the screen now. You can see that if you'll scroll down to the highlighted portion, Steph, thank you. Staff instructed, or sorry, the board instructed staff to go back to the drawing board and see if we couldn't resolve some concerns with regard to the differentiation between west slope minimization of compact curtailment and any trans mountain diversions requirement that they must not increase the risk of compact curtailment to existing users. Staff included, with the help of Andy and Peter, just a short introductory half sentence that clarifies that that is consistent with the IBCC's conceptual framework. I leave it to the board to review and see whether it assuages the concerns raised last week. If it is acceptable, it's eligible for final adoption today. I and the rest of the team are, of course, happy to engage in a conversation or go back to the drawing board. But
Comments, questions?
Just a quick question. In John Karen's presentation yesterday, talked about Windy Gap, Birmingham, and Moffett. Does that play with that last sentence in the yellow? Or is that technically existing?
In general, that there's no official list that I've ever been aware of, but the Moffett firming project and the Windy Gap firming project have generally been deemed to be existing.
Okay.
And contemplated to be covered within the existing depletions.
Okay.
Conceptual framing.
Mainly because, from our perspective, that's mainly true because our district entered into settlement agreements allowing.
On those already, yes. Just check.
Good question.
I just have a question too on the yellow highlighted. When it comes to west slope development, we use the word minimize, must be developed in a manner that minimizes the risk of compact curtailment, but new TMD development must not increase the risk of compact curtailment. Is there a reason for the one place it says minimize, the other side it says must not increase, when in fact, I guess, to pass a straight face test, any new water use is probably going to increase the risk of compact curtailment. So
Yeah, it doesn't.
And that therein lies the rub, the challenge that I think was identified at the last quarterly meeting and that we're trying to address. I'll dish to Peter and see if he can.
Well, at least in my mind, the paragraph at issue here was an attempt to adopt, to include the concepts laid out in the conceptual framework, which did include some element of new West Slope development as well as saying, with respect to West Slope new uses, we changed the must to a should. Should be developed in a manner that minimizes the risk. And I think that is sort of recognized as a state, as a reflection of the reality that you just suggested. Any new development, in theory, increases the risk. Whether it's measurable or not is another question entirely. And the volume of new West Slope development, in particular, the volume of consumptive development is going to be much lower. And so I think it's just a statement of, hey, it should be developed in a way that minimizes the risk. It's not a firm requirement, as opposed to respect for the new DMD.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Comments, Director Whitmore?
I was going to move for adoption of the policy.
Great, thank you.
I'll second.
Okay, second by Richard, moved by Whitmore. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
That our annual policy review process is complete for the year. I'll be back in January.
Another round.
Put a wrap on it.
Operations and updates. One of these days, we should let you go first.
I just like this one.
He kind of likes going last.
Brevity's usually my strong suit, although I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that today. We've got 6 board action requests.
Oh, wow.
So the first 4 of those are related to an upcoming dam safety evaluation that we have scheduled in November. And the latter 2 are related to some maintenance issues that have come up more recently. So related to the dam safety evaluation, just a little background, we last evaluated the dam safety in 2020. A report that came out of that comprehensive dam safety evaluation identified significant uncertainty in their estimation of risk. So they recommended a number of things for us to undertake in order to reduce that uncertainty. We've taken on that work, and based on input from the State Dam Safety Office, our subject matter experts and consultants, we're at a point that we're ready to reevaluate the risk of the dam. So that's why we've scheduled this comprehensive dam safety evaluation in November. Doing that is going to require facilitation services. So we put together an RFQ. We sent it out to 11 consultants it was a list that the Dam Safety Office provided to us. We only got 1 submittal back. Fortunately, it's from W.W. Wheeler, and we've had some recent good experience with them. They did some flood hazard analysis and inundation mapping for us recently, and we had a good experience with them. They saved budget, so we're happy to go ahead with them on this. So that's our first request, is for authorization to enter into a contract with W.W. Wheeler for those services. One revision I need to make to that is that the amount of $125,000 in the memo, that was based on an estimate. I basically took the cost from the last comprehensive dam safety evaluation, updated it to today's numbers. But we've worked with W.W. Wheeler. We've identified some opportunities to trim some costs, and I actually only need authorization for $106,028. So a significant little drop down there. Should I go through all 6 requests?
Well, I think you could do request number 1, A through D, and then do 2 and 3.
Okay, sounds good. So the next 3 requests are for contracts with our subject matter experts. These are the same 3 experts that worked with us in 2020, John Stanowitz, Deb Miller, and Keith Ferguson. So this is to expand their contract to have sufficient budget for them to help us through this next dam safety evaluation. So those are but actually one last thing, I did want to mention that once we've completed this evaluation, we'll bring the results back to the board likely in January. And we also have, we'll take the information that we learn in the evaluation, and that'll be a starting point for us to complete it's called the Procedure for Risk-Informed Formulation Studies, and that'll help us inform next steps in the dam. That's an industry standard approach, and I've outlined it in the memo.
Right. Any questions for Hunter on the first item?
Yeah, so my question is this all part of the operation of the dam, and is Denver gonna pay its 45% of that?
Yeah, 45.33, I believe it is.
Yeah. I would move staff recommendations on, the one number's changed and the rest of them are all the same?
Correct.
So A through D with the changed number.
All right, motion by Munger, do I have a second? Second by Beckley, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
You, motion carries.
Thank you. Stephanie, do you mind pulling up that drawing? So I'm gonna go against my better judgment now, and I'm gonna pull up a construction as-built drawing for us to look at. I've pared it down. We're not gonna get into detail, but I thought it might help provide a little context for some issues that came up at the dam. So as part of our annual maintenance at the dam, our caretakers go out and they operate all the gates and all the trash racks. This just enables us to make sure everything's working correctly so that when we really need to use them, we don't get surprised. It's also an opportunity to lubricate some things and just make sure everything's in good working order. Kim Davidson, our caretaker out there, she was with the dam safety engineer, Dana Miller, a couple of weeks ago, and they were going through this annual maintenance. And we had a couple of surprises. One of those relates to the movable trash racks that I've got highlighted on this drawing. So two of the gates have these movable trash racks where you can move the trash racks up and down for cleaning and other reasons. The trash racks they're essentially screens that prevent debris and things from coming into the tower and getting stuck in valves. They're connected to the tower with a winch and cable system. And when raising those, the clips that connect them to the trash racks, they came loose and those trash racks fell into the reservoir. These are large trash racks. They're about 8 feet by 3 feet. They weigh about 2,700 pounds. We're now presumably about 120 feet under the water. So we either need to go and retrieve those, or we need to have new ones fabricated and installed. So that's my first request. At this point, I'm not at a point to request action on a specific contract. It's still a little bit early. I'm trying to figure out what the most cost effective. I'm asking for Water Supply Projects Committee. Any questions about the trash racks before we get to the next one? So the trash racks are movable. You can move them up and down, and they're in these runners. And they're connected to the top of the tower with a cable and winch system. So there's a stainless steel cable connected to a winch that goes down to the trash racks, and they're connected to the trash rack with two cable clips. And those cable clips have just degraded over time. Visual observation, I think what might have happened is that instead of installing stainless steel cable clips, they installed galvanized or some other lower quality cable clip, and now we're paying for that very small cost cutting measure.
How many gates did we lose? Just one?
Two trash racks, the two that I've got highlighted there.
So why did they open the second one if they discovered the problem with opening the first one was a failure?
Well, actually, so they pulled the first one up and it fell into the reservoir, and then they went to do the next one, and it had already fallen in. So I still haven't totally figured out the sort of the sequence of events, but I've gone on. I have a GoPro on this coaxial cable, and I'm able to look at stuff underwater, and they're both not where they're supposed to be, and I haven't found them yet. So.
Director Whitmore.
I move staff recommendation to delegate this to the Water Supply Projects.
You have a second?
Well, second, but I just have one quick question. So when you install the new trash racks, you're gonna have either 3 cable clips, 4 cable clips, or some other safety cable that
They will
prevents us
definitely
from
be
having.
stainless steel this time.
Okay.
And yeah, I'll probably throw a couple extra on. They're maybe gonna be $15
Yeah,
each.
it's
so,
cheap.
yeah.
Maybe even another cable. You never know. Yeah. The problem is it's really deep and we're not gonna drain the reservoir, so drain divers is gonna be a very expensive process.
The last time we had them out to actually install the main gate, which is an 8 foot by 8 foot steel gate, they had to have a barometric chamber on a barge. It was quite the undertaking. So I'm hoping that we can find them on the bottom before they come out so that we can make it a little bit quicker, cost effective, but we'll see how that goes.
So the next request is to buy Hunter a snorkel.
So what's happening with the holes in the tower now that don't have the grade so, and so is it below water level or?
Yeah, it's below water. They're at 74.60 and 74.40, and the reservoir is currently right at the lip, so which is at 74.89. So they're well under water. I'm not sure if we have those open at all. Really, we don't have a problem with debris right now, so it's not a really
Crisis,
issue. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so we have a motion by Whitmore, second by Beckley to refer this recovery, repair and installation to the Water Supply Projects Committee. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, passes, and you got one more.
All right, the next one relates to the main gate actuator. So the main gate is the primary 8-foot by 8-foot gate at the bottom of the reservoir. That's our primary means of getting water into the tower through the conduit. Do you mind going to the next one? So that gate is lifted and lowered using an actuator, which is essentially just a large electric motor with a gear system attached to it's called a stem, but essentially just a rod that goes from the gate at the bottom of the reservoir up to the tower deck. It's a large electric motor. It's like 4,200 foot-pound of force connected to that gearbox. So during that annual operation, we blew some sort of a gasket. It sprayed oil on the tower deck, and now it needs to either be refurbished or replaced. Kind of a similar situation. I'm still working with the manufacturer, Limitorque, to figure out what the most cost-effective path forward is, but I'm asking for the delegation to the Water Supply Projects Committee on that as well.
Motor that needs to be replaced, the motor in the door.
Well, it's really my understanding is the motor needs to be replaced, but if we're gonna have that taken off, and it weighs like 1,200 pounds, so just getting it moved out is an undertaking. We might as well refurbish the gearbox as well. So that's the current plan.
So similar question then, so are the engineers with Denver working with you on this or as well?
I've gotten some feedback from them. Yeah, I've been keeping both their accounting and their engineering department.
Okay, great. So I would move staff recommendation.
Second. Second by Hazard, moved by Munger. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, it's approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Last item-
Come on.
Yeah, sorry.
Last item is future meetings.
Yep, just real quickly, please save the date, budget workshop, September 21st in Mesa County at CMU. Annual water seminar the next day, the 22nd. Would love to have as many of the board as possible at those events. Our fourth regular quarterly meeting and is the 17th and 18th. Did want to mention Colorado Water Congress. I think Steph has already reached out to the board and for anybody who was interested in going. That is the 22nd to the 24th of August in Steamboat. Doug has offered to host everybody at his house so we can avoid hotel bills.
We'll have a keg barbecue.
Yeah.
I'll buy the beer. There you go.
I just want to put in a plug for the Tuesday work session or workshops before the actual CWC convention or conference. The water law section of the CBA is going to be doing what I think is going to be an interesting presentation or discussion about the state engineer and division engineer's role in water court cases, including, policies versus rulemaking, differences in policies among various divisions. And we are just, I think today, sending out a poll to water section members that will help provide some of the discussion. But Kevin Ryan, the state engineer, was originally scheduled to be in another work session at the same time. He has since readjusted his schedule, along with Tracy. And we have a pretty good panel. Chris Geiger will be moderating, but we have a pretty good panel. So it's sponsored by the water law, water bar, water law section of the CBA, but certainly not limited to water law section members. So if you're going to be there early, I suspect there will be a number of situations discussed that, involving like Division 6, for example, some issues in 5, elsewhere. So I think it will be an interesting discussion. We've made a representation to Doug Kemper that we will ensure that even though people may disagree, they won't be disagreeable and there won't be any personal attacks.
So fun.
So,
All right.
thank you.
Anything else for the good of the order? Thank you very much to all the staff for all your work on these meetings. I know it's a lot and it's really productive. All the board members, thanks for the discussion. Drive safely.
That's kind of,